Okay. All right. I was like, oh, is it working? And I was all mysterious. And then I don't know whether it is doing this or not, but like the live has jumped back to me tweeting that I'm about to go live. So, hey, how's it going? Is anyone there? Can you hear me? I don't see anything from the live chat. What if I pop it out, huh? Aha! Aha! Don't mean to brag, but I am a bit of a genius. Hello, all right, is the audio working? Is the video fine? Is all of that, sounds and visuals are good. Thank you, Bear. You always got my back. Unless you're the imposter. All right, how is everyone? It's very nice to see you. Lots of hellos in the chat. Good to see everyone here. I typically, those of you who've, visited my streams before, I typically start with a reading of something that is, tangentially related to the subject matter, just to give people, a little bit to trickle on in as they see the tweet. Although I feel like today is very casual and it's probably not entirely necessary. And I don't have a book that is relevant because I don't exactly know what we're going to be doing today. So I just went and I grabbed Kevin Crossley Holland, Between Worlds, Folktales of Britain and Ireland. I grabbed it off my shelf. This is a book that I was given, I think my sister gave it to me for Christmas. Yeah, nice shirt plug. It's also, this MCDM shirt is just really comfortable. Like, I know that sounds like I'm shilling for my buds, but like honestly, this shirt is so comfortable and I just wear it on my days off. And I was so pleased that it was in my pile of washing today because it means that I get to wear something in the morning that is both comfortable and presentable. But no, this was a book that was given to me by my sister, I think last Christmas or the Christmas before. And it's just really fun. It's got tons of great little stories in it. And they're all told in sort of narrative form, like it's not like you're being told a fairy tale exactly. It's more like you know Neil Gaiman's Norse myths. It's a little bit more like that, and it's just very nice. What I love most about it, oh my goodness, it has this section in the back that's sources and notes. So basically, the writer goes back through all of the stories that he compiled in here and just writes little annotations, says where they got them, and then writes little sort of annotations about what they liked about the sources, what was tricky with the sources, what they had to change for the story. And that's incredible. Why is everyone saying one? What does this mean? What does this mean? What? Oh, it's a compliment. Oh, that's really sweet. It says, Dael, confirmed genius. Press 1 if you agree. And a lot of people press 1. And Tom pressed 5 because he's a rebel. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. I'm definitely not a genius, but, I'll take the compliment. I've just picked, like, one of the shorter stories in here. So I'm going to read this, let people come in, find the link, join us as we go, and then we can work out what we're gonna do today. Hope that sounds good to all of you. So the story we're reading is Butterfly Soul. Really neat little picture there. Love me a skull. Okay. You fell asleep. I would have fallen asleep too, stretched out under the sun, washed by the lullaby voices in the stream. We were so tired, what with scrambling and searching and shouting all day. No need to count the missing sheep. I would have fallen asleep too, but I saw your mouth open, and out flew a butterfly as white as first day snow. This butterfly flickered over your body and down your left leg, then settled on a swing of grass not near you, not far from you, just the distance of a stone's toss. I sat up and stood up and followed the butterfly. It fluttered down a sheep run to the call of the water. It flipped across the stepping stones. It flew through a clump of reeds, in and in and out, like the baton in a warp. On it went, and I still followed it, until it nosed out something lodged in the long grass, the skull of an old horse, gleaming white. Home of the winds. Sorry, I just need a little sip of water. A little sippy, you can hear my voice getting rough. The butterfly went in through one of the eye sockets. It worked its way around the inside wall, quivering and curious. Then out it came, out through the other socket, back through the reeds, over the stone flags, up the sheep run, along your sleeping body, and back into your open mouth. You closed your mouth and opened your eyes. You saw me looking at you. It must be getting late, you said. It may be early and it may be late, I said. I've just seen a wonder. You've seen a wonder, you said. It's I who've seen the wonder. I dreamed I was heading down a fine, wide road, flanked by waving trees and a rainbow of flowers. I came down to a broad river and a great stone bridge covered with rich carvings. After I'd crossed this bridge, I entered a marvelous forest, trees like blades. On and on, I went on until I reached a palace, glorious and abandoned. I passed from room to echoing room, then I thought I might stay there, and with that, I began to feel gloomy and strange and uneasy. So I left the palace. I came home the same way, and when I got in, I was very hungry. I was just about to settle to a meal when I woke up. Come with me, I said, and I'll show you your dream kingdom. I told you about the butterfly, white as first day snow. I showed you the sheep run and the stepping stones, the clump of reeds, the skull of the old horse. This poor sheep run, I said, is your fine wide road flanked by waving trees and rainbow flowers. These stepping stones are your great stone bridge, covered with rich carvings. This clump of reeds is the marvelous forest, trees like blades. And this skull, I said, this is the glorious palace you walked around a little while ago. Wonders, you said. You and I, we've both seen wonders. So that's Butterfly Soul. Cute little thing. I haven't read it before. That was a cold read, but I hope that it was enjoyable. Just a little short one. I didn't want to pick anything too long if we're not doing something relevant to the stream, you know. So let me just chuck that in a box unceremoniously beside me. That kind of reminds me of, does anyone know the song by, what's his name? What is it? Pat Doonigan? I chase the bright elusive butterfly of love. It's a lovely little song, but it's also really creepy. It's like, half the lyrics are like, if you wake up in the night and you hear, footsteps followed close by heavy breathing, and it's very creepy lyrics, but ultimately a very nice song because it's him in his dream world chasing the bright elusive butterfly of love. Oh my gosh! Oh, and really? You read that story as a kid? Wow. No, I've never heard it before. Actually, I don't think I've ever come across a story in there that I've heard before. I'm sure that I will at some point. I've only flipped through a handful of them. But I really like the stories that I've found in there. They're very. Should I read? You know what I should do? I should read the annotation in the back about the source. Oh, I nearly knocked over my camera. Let's get academic about it. So let me see. It'll be quite near the back. Butterfly Soul. Here we go. The Soul as a Butterfly in Folktales of Ireland, edited by Sean O'Sullivan, 1966, and 20 Years a Growing by Maurice O'Sullivan, 1933. A number of primitive religions, sometimes referred to as shamanistic religions, held that the soul or spirit... I don't like the word primitive used in the context of culture, but okay. I'm just reading aloud. Held that the soul or spirit could leave the body and converse with other beings in the spirit world, and perhaps acquire wisdom before returning to the body again. This is the belief underlying Butterfly Soul, in which, as so often happens in folktales, a serious idea is borrowed from myth and treated with some charm and gaiety. I do not think of the human characters in folktales as far removed from our world, but rather as distillations of the people we meet every time we leave the house. And what the tales have to tell us is that there are wonders all around us every day, and utter wonders if only we have the eyes to see them. So there you go. That annotation was a little bit less about the sources, but some of them are like, here's what was easy and here's what was difficult. Yeah, it's like a little mini fairy tale. It's been a while since we did a fairy tale. Been a while since we did a myth, for that matter. YouTube has not been friendly towards my non-D&D videos recently. I'm trying to trick the system. Shh, don't tell the algorithm. But I'm trying to work something out, because it doesn't seem to be sending notifications to subscribers if the video isn't D&D, is the working theory. But you know, we'll figure it out. The other tricky thing is just that that fairy tales take a really long time to make, even longer than mythology videos. I have no idea why. They are just really, it's a process to make a fairy tale. But I do like them, so I should really get back to one at some point. Risky whisking! I really enjoy doing risky whisking. That was so much fun. I've got other people I would like to do risky whiskings with. So, you know. I know that, like, not tons of people watch that, or it wasn't tons of people's thing, but I like doing stuff that's not always D&D. Because the channel was never meant to be like a channel about one thing. But you know, you get trapped in that cycle because of how the algorithm works. So like back in the day when I was doing my mythology stuff on Geek and Sundry, so the very earliest days of my channel, it was such a mixed bag of content. You know, it was just like, all right, what am I thinking about this week? What have I come up with? And you know, that was difficult in a lot of ways, but it was also a lot of fun. And then the mythology videos moved over to my channel, and that was still fun. It was nice having sort of a thematic structure to what I was doing, even while still doing kind of, you know, things that I wanted to do. But, you know, over time you get caught in that cycle, and it becomes the expectation that that's what your channel is really about. And then I made a D&D video on a fluke, and the poor, you know, 22,000 or so people who were there expecting mythology videos all the time now have to put up with D&D videos, whether that's something that they're interested in or something that they play or not. And then now, you know, even then, when I started doing the D&D videos, I think particularly after I got the first Colville shout out, I deliberately went to the trouble of making a video that was, it was something like a poetry analysis, because I was just like, I gotta... Member Geek. Yeah, Member Geek and Sundry. Oh yeah, those were the days. But no, I deliberately went out of my way to make a video that wasn't D&D, because it was like, I don't want people to get the impression that I will always be making those videos. Like, you know, I'm not, it's my channel as much as it is yours. You know, this is a shared thing. So I wanted to get it right up front and say, look, it's not always D&D. So if that's not what you're here for, you can get out. Not in a get out way, but in an escape, flee while you still can kind of a way. But yeah, you know, more and more you get stuck in the cycle, and I want to occasionally break out of that. So, you know, even though videos like the Halloween video, which was a really last minute thing, or the risky whisking with Daniel, those were very sort of out of left field for a lot of subscribers here, and I know that they weren't the most popular things, but I like doing them, and I probably will continue to do things like that. So get out. No, you're sorry. I just, you know, fair warning. So how is everybody? I wonder if I can make the text here bigger. I mean, I could just go put on my glasses. It's terrible that I would need glasses at this distance. I probably honestly don't. I can read it. It just takes a little while to focus. That's fine. Thank you. The D&D videos were very insightful and inspiring, gotta say. Thank you very much, Genghis Galahad. What a name. Thank you. That's very nice. I try to make stuff that I think is, you know, if not informative all the time, sparks ideas. I don't love it when I put up a video that I don't think is going to get people's own, you know, thoughts going. Particularly because, you know, I put up a video like a beholder thing, like this is how I'd run a beholder. And I worry that it comes across as like, oh, well, this is how it's done. Rather than just, here are the ideas, take what you want, leave what you want, you know, this is how I would do it. You don't have to do it exactly this way, but here are some ideas to get you started. Yeah, vegan evocative. Yeah, Ben. So it's you know, I I am concerned that just by the nature of how I structure videos and how the internet kind of works, that people might think that I'm giving them like, here's the handbook, this is step by step how you do it. But I think that, you know, especially with D&D, there's a huge element of knowing your table, knowing your players, knowing which can be hard, particularly if you play online with people that you've just met. But you know, trying to, that's what a session zero can be for. But you know, figuring out the kind of things that those players enjoy and trying to tailor something to them. So like with the Beholder, for example, that was something that was like, okay, well, it seems like the enjoyable thing about a Beholder is that, you know, you don't know what's coming. It's random. It's chaotic. It's you know, really, it messes with everything. And it can have huge dire consequences. And so trying to if I zoom on the, yeah, maybe, I mean, I don't know if it'll work on the pop out. I mean, hope so. Give me thank you, Bear. Oh no, zoomed on the page behind me. No, okay, abort. All right, well, we tried. No one can say we didn't try. But yeah, but I also know that a lot of other tables, particularly, wouldn't like things like, you know, swapping character sheets or having their character suddenly swap race. And I'm not suggesting that you do that. That's just what ended up on my Beholder stat block. Yeah. Control plus scroll. I don't have a mouse plugged in at the moment. I'm just on my laptop. Hence this beautiful camera quality. And yeah. Yes, and inevitably shaking when I have to type something on the keyboard. So let's see. What are we gonna do today? Joel is just stopping by to say that he's been using the Materia Medica and the players absolutely love it. I'm so pleased because that was such an undertaking. It was something that I was like, I can foresee this coming up in my game. And I just wanted something that was like, I wanted it to be just a handy guide for me as the DM to be able to be like, make these checks, simple enough checks, and I can describe a bunch of plants to you. So having those little descriptions was important to me. It's kind of like, you know how you can get like real world plant field guides that are organized alphabetically, that are more like, oh, if you're looking stuff up, versus or by use or things like that. Whereas there are field guides that are actually, I think, genius, which are organized in terms of what the flower looks like. You know, they'll be like, oh, well, these are white flowers, these are, you know, broad leaves, these are serrated leaves, things like that. And you can look it up based on what the plant looks like. So you could actually take that book out with you into the wilderness and look up the things that you see and try to identify them. And then from there, figure out what they are good for, what they're called, stuff like that. And so, you know, it's sort of the D&D equivalent of that in my head, or that's what I was trying to achieve, something that is like, you look it up based on stuff that you know. So you can know what season it is, you can know what kind of terrain the players are in. So just having a separate table for that. But I've always been that kind of a brain. Like, I would pay good money for a separate D&D source book that was just the spells over and over again, but in different sections, like, oh, well, here's the wizard spells of first level, you know, and then just over and over again, the same spells, but just like limiting what you're looking at every time. Although it would probably get really quite thick with wizards in the mix. Oh, Dan's here. Everyone, Dan's in the chat. No, you're fine to be here. Well, I mean, depending on what chat votes. No, you're fine. Everyone say hi to Dan. Dan of Wolfgang and Risky Whisking fame, and also my D&D table. He plays Hylas, who is an elf monk. Yeah, Dan, you're fine to be here, unless everyone decides that we're doing a campaign discovery stream, in which case, get out. Let's see. I'm trying to read your name. What's your name? Britomi V. Dael, what is your opinion on using Ubisoft towers in D&D? As in, like in Assassin's Creed, I assume you climb to the top of the tower. You did say the rest of it, but it's slowly going off my screen and my eyes are bad, so I'm just assuming the rest of it. As in Assassin's Creed towers, where you get to a vantage point and you can see everything. I don't think it's a bad idea. I would maybe tie it to like a cartographer's tools check, because we got nothing for cartographer's tools anyway, right? So it's always fun tying it to something that kind of gets glossed over. That's one of my favorite things to do. So I would, if a player was like, oh, I'm gonna, climb up to the top of that mountain and then figure out what the lay of the land is like, I would let them kind of know what the lay of the land is like. But if they want to like really know, if they want to get like access to a map because of it or whatever, I would make them draw it, get out your sextant and compass and draw. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe in the moment I would just be like, yeah, fine. Particularly if it was a city or something, I think it'd be worthwhile making them kind of map it out, because that's a lot. It's quite complicated to see. But if it was in terms of like from one Dan to another, I offer you my sincerest greetings, says Dan the Bear. If it was just like, I don't know, the local farmland, maybe I'd just let it go. And then depending on how high they are as well, they can't just climb a tree in the middle of the forest and then understand the layout of the forest. They would have to find the tallest tree. And even then you're just going to see the canopy. I think a lot of logic plays into that, but I think it's ultimately fine. I'm a big fan of sticking video game stuff in my D&D games. You all know that. Let's see. We've got Illuminini. Dael, have you, I haven't been around the channel long, but do you ever delve into more Slavic stuff for your videos or D&D games? I love a good little bit of Slavic folklore. I don't think I've ever done an official like myth or fairy tale from, maybe I haven't, I'm just forgetting. But as far as I can remember, I haven't done anything particularly dedicated to it. But no, I love little bits and pieces. I'm far from an expert, because that's just how it is. I don't know, my brain latched onto the Greek classic myth stuff. But I do love it. So, at some point, it's probably going to happen. Anna says, Dael, I was wondering how you would do a zombie campaign. D&D combat doesn't feel... just you wait for Halloween. I don't have, clear answers yet, but last year I wanted to do zombies, a zombie D&D video for Halloween, and it I got the idea too late or something. I don't remember what happened. I just remember I had, 2 days to come up with a Halloween video. And then ended up with the ridiculous COVID safe variant video, which was a ton of fun. Maybe not so much fun to make the filming parts. I broke things. Everything kind of went wrong during filming, but the editing was fun, and I really, really liked the ending with the gentleman. That was a lot of fun. Wineblood, hi Dael, any tips on starting a D&D related YouTube channel? My tips are, I used to have better tips. I've been on YouTube for a long time now. And I also had the benefit of, when I started, because I was working with Geek and Sundry and making videos for Geek and Sundry, I kind of had the benefit of a producer telling me little bits and pieces, giving me some insider secrets as to how the system kind of works. So I know a bit of that stuff, but it also is changing all the time. So I don't want to give you a bum steer. I would recommend the biggest things for YouTube of any subject really is audio first. People will leave a video with bad audio before they'll leave a video with bad video. That's why I always get away with having videos that are slightly out of focus. I swear I tried to focus it. I got my brother to stand I gesture too much, so the autofocus doesn't like me on my camera. It keeps coming in and out of focus because my hands come up. And then my previous camera had kind of a wider depth of field. The lens was much less fancy, had a wider depth of field, so I could more easily just focus it by kind of judging where I would be standing. This one has a much shallower depth of field, which is a better lens. It's great for photography and stuff, but for me, making a video of myself in my bedroom, not necessarily ideal. So I got my brother to stand there and I focused on him. But I also, at the time, as I said in the video, I'd just come off drinking an energy drink, and I was like, my manual dexterity was shot. I've had energy drinks before. I don't generally have a strong reaction to them, but that day I was just like buzzed. And so I was trying to focus on my brother, and clearly I thought I was focused, and clearly I was not quite. Probably just because of my shaky hands. So sorry about that. So yes, audio. Sorry, I forgot what I was talking about. Audio before video. Audio is very important. I recommend getting the Zoom H1N. It's not particularly expensive. It's you can get it, for a good price. And, people will recommend the H4N. It is a better microphone, but I frankly don't think that you need it. What you need is just a microphone that you can put closer to you than the camera, and that isn't like part of an inbuilt casing thing, right? So you don't want to use your inbuilt camera microphone or whatever you're recording with, because it's going to be really tinny. But if you just get a separate microphone that is a dedicated microphone, that's what it does, put it a little, closer to you than the camera is, you're going to have much, much better sound. People are going to stick around for longer. I would also say the other biggest piece of advice for someone trying to start a D&D YouTube channel in particular is to be aware that D&D is what I would call a popular niche subject. So you have a niche audience that you are going for, which is people that like D&D or, DMs or whoever, which means that you are going to, depending, there's a lot of factors, but if you start seeing growth with a niche subject, you're going to see growth faster than with a very general subject. So the same thing happened with my mythology videos, right? There's X amount of people, it's a smaller group of people who are interested in looking up mythology videos. So those people are going to find you faster than if you were just doing kind of a blanket, this is a channel about me. And that's kind of how it works with D&D. It is trickier with D&D because it is a broader niche. It's a popular niche at the moment. So there are a bunch of people making videos about D&D. So that discoverability isn't quite as high. But once you start seeing growth, that growth will be faster than it would be otherwise. But then you will plateau. And that's because you reach a point where all the people that you are going to reach talking about that subject have been reached. And so you see faster short-term growth and then kind of much, much slower long-term growth, which is something to be aware of, because you don't want to see yourself plateauing and think, oh, it's me, it's because I'm rubbish. It's not because you're rubbish, it's just because people have already seen your stuff. So those are the two biggest tips, I guess, that I have for starting a YouTube. I hope that that's remotely helpful. Yeah. Okay. I should stop. I should stop talking about very general things. We should work out what we're doing today. I should probably put in an. Actually, wait. I have a straw poll somewhere over here. Let me go back. I was prepping, but clearly I need to undo my prep. Okay. Question: what are we doing today? Because I like a little bit of structure. Here's the thing. I've never been someone who... I've never sort of thought that I was a particularly streamy person. I get stressed about live streams quite easily. But the last couple of them that we've done were just really comfortable. Really nice. This one's nice so far. I just felt really good afterwards. Like, oh yeah, like it really felt like we were just chatting. And that's nice. And I would like to do more streaming. It's actually something I've wanted to do since I started my YouTube channel, but I've just never had the equipment. So I'm working on building up the equipment and doing more streams, maybe more general content streams rather than the D&D specific ones all the time. But I do like having a little bit of a structure to be able to, pin things around. That might not happen today. We might end up in chaos. Some of you will remember my trap stream. That was chaos with a K. Okay, so what are we doing today? The options that I would like to put up here are muck around with character creation. Cool. That's an option that I would like to play around with, because I have been in such a character creation kick recently, and I haven't actually done it. I've done one. I've been working on a character for a thing that I can't tell you anything about. It's not TBD, coming soon. But nothing huge. Don't get too excited or anything, but that's a fun thing, and I like doing character creation. So we could just muck around and make some characters. The one thing I will say about that is that I think it's difficult to come up with cool character backgrounds, like functional, really good, meaty but not overwhelming character backgrounds. I think it's difficult to come up with that in kind of a void. I think that the places that you get good stuff for that are, either the party that you're going to be playing with, which is why a session 0 can be a great idea for making characters together, or ideally connected to the world that you're going to be playing in. I've always been kind of a DM who's just like, yeah, make up whatever, and I'll make up the world around that. And I stand by that. It was never a bad idea. But I do wonder if I'm sort of moving more in a direction of being a DM who's like, here's the stuff, let's collaborate on making a character that's really going to feel like they're part of the world. Which, who knows? Because that's the meat for me, right? That's the kind of stuff that I really enjoy as a player and a DM. I love that, element of it, that creative element, particularly because I find that for me, my creativity goes up several notches if I have some constraints. Not anything big, just it's not a blank canvas, that you have something that you're working with, and I really enjoy that. But I don't know whether my players necessarily would enjoy that. Daniel and I actually recently were talking about the trickiness of making character backgrounds that are helpful to your DM. I don't know if I have great advice for it. Someday, if I do, I might make a video on it, but it's because it can be tricky, right? It can be really hard. And let me go back to a screen where I can see what y'all are saying. No, I've lost my pop out. Where's my pop out chat? Chat, come back. There you are. Yeah, it can be super tricky. Lackadaisical? Is that a reference to the cat comic? Love that cat comic. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, we were just having a conversation about how tricky it is, because you want to have enough drama that your DM can draw on and pull into the story, but you don't want to have so much drama that it becomes a burden, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's the thing that we've been talking about. If we were to choose today to muck around with character creation, I would possibly... it might end up being a little bit tied in with my campaign setting, which I also have here ready to go, because the second option is we could just do a campaign discovery stream, in which case Daniel will be kicked out of chat. I don't actually know if he's still here, but hi Daniel, if you're still here. I find it really hard to multitask, so no, I've lost the chat again. Oh no, come back. There you are. Yeah, campaign discovery stream. For people who don't know what a campaign discovery stream is, it's basically, I don't like to call it world building in the case of this, right? Because for me, the method that I use, particularly on these streams, is oh, he's off to lunch? Okay. Oh, he gets to eat. I have an apple here if I get hungry, don't worry. The campaign discovery streams are more like, I haven't posted the poll yet. I'm explaining the poll first. Okay, the poll is coming, Derek. But the campaign discovery streams are more like we just ask a bunch of questions back and forth and figure out what we already know. So it's, you know, it is an incredible, particularly because, you know, I've got a map to start with, right? But it is incredible the kind of things that you already know about your setting if you just ask the right questions. So that's kind of how that works. I get up a map of my setting and, you know, people will pick out a thing. They'll go, that sounds interesting. What is that? And then we'll talk about it and we'll ask questions and we'll figure things out. It's a lot of fun. We did Druff and Derek, which were the twin cities, the wine cities. And we did, is Dan still here? You're saying Dan's not here? Dan, block your ears. We did the Forgotten North, and we talked about pointy teeth people in the Forgotten North. This is code. It's code! Sorry, Dan the Bear. Yeah. So, me talking in code is ridiculous. But I think we would be stepping away from those and starting a new one because we've done a couple in each of those and, you know, worked some stuff out. Yeah, I should say for posterity, for the people who were there for the Forgotten North streams, I say vampire, you say north. Vampire! Here's where we find out what the delay is on the chat. Get ready for it. Oh my gosh, this is a huge delay. Oh no, that's not great. All right. There we go. We got some norths. We got some norths in chat. All right. Okay. And then the final option is we just keep chatting, which I feel like is pretty self-explanatory. Which, you know, we'll probably just keep chatting in amongst everything anyway. But if we pick one of the other things, it might be a little bit more, I don't know, more guided. All right, here we go. I am now dropping, oh no, the North, they're still coming. Oh no. The auto mod wouldn't let Ian Flint. Chat's moving too fast. I can't approve it. Ian, I'm sorry. Okay. Post a compass. Ian posted a compass. And then the chat was like, the auto mode was like, nah, no, that's not allowed. But then as chat was moving, I kept clicking and missing. All right. Here is the vote. Oh, it's Colville here. Hey, how's it going? I'm getting a little bit less stressed out every time you show it. No, that's not fair. I've never been stressed out. All right, straw poll in the chat. Vote for what we're talking about today. Woo! What we doing today? There we go. There we go. There we go. I forgot that I will have said, there's the thing in the chat, and it'll show up like 30 seconds from now because the delay is huge. Look, Matt, I'm repping. You owe me $30. I was saying before that this shirt is really comfortable and I like wearing it just around. It's a comfy shirt and I wear it in my day-to-day life because I enjoy it. Interesting. We've got some competition here between the character creation and the discovery stream. All right, campaign stuff. What these are flipping around like wild. My goodness. We got different. I mean, I should say now, campaign discovery stream will probably end up more structured. Muck around with character creation will probably end up much more like loose and uncontrollable. We just keep chatting is losing hard, but that's okay because we do be chatting no matter what we do, you know. Ugh. The stream is sponsored by MCDM. It is not. It is not sponsored by MCDM. I shouldn't say that out loud, even as a joke. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Bob is saying the poll showed up in my chat long before you mentioned it in the video stream. Yeah, I forgot that the video stream has a delay, so I was like, now, but it wasn't now. It was a long time ago by that point. Can't decide. Well, I'll make the call at, say, okay, we've got 217 votes. How many people are in the stream right now? We've got 460. Let's go to like 300 if we can get it. 300 votes. But I also, I know that some people are just lurking and won't vote. So we might not even get that high, but we'll see. Okay. Lewis Cox, Dael, can you do a video on Atlantis, please? I actually have done a video on Atlantis. I did it for Geek and Sundry Vlogs, and it is one of, I think, 2, maybe 3 videos I did for them that is not currently privated. So, you can find that one, I think. The other thing, the good news is, I should mention, the other day, this camera is angled slightly up so that you can't see the junk that's on my floor. I've been doing like reverse spring cleaning, like spring cleaning but on American spring, and I, because I'm kind of thinking about rearranging everything in here, rearranging where my desk is and stuff, and so I was cleaning out all the sort of storage stuff from under my desk, and I found a super old external hard drive that I don't think is even mine. But I was like, oh, I wonder if this still works. I wonder what's on it, so that I can like properly categorize it. And it was not all of, but like a bunch of my old Geek and Sundry videos. Clearly at some point past, Dael did think to herself, I'm going to back these up, which thank the stars, because I was under the impression that I just left everything backed up in the shared Dropbox, which got deleted. So, there you go. I found all the old stuff. So now I have to decide. I've been doing a lot of sort of remakes of old myth videos that I've done, which has been nice in terms of I can include drawings again because I don't have to worry about having the time and the brain power to do a bunch of cartoons because they're already done. But I get to update the video and not be quite so embarrassing and like 19 years old. So that's something, but also there's kind of a nostalgia for the old ones as well, and part of me is like, do I just upload these from the archive? Or I guess part of it will depend on whether the videos that are saved on there are edited or not edited, because if I'm going to be editing a video, I may as well film a new one. Yeah, trying to approve things on the way through. All right, it looks like the voting has slowed down enough that we can call it, and it looks like just barely, just by a hair, by 7 votes, Campaign Discovery Stream has won for the day. So let's switch scenes. Switch scenes. I didn't name these scenes, so I don't know which one is which. This one. Let's see if this works. Will this work? Hold on to your butts, okay? I didn't add a transition or anything. That wasn't smooth. But hey, look at that. It's a different scene. I'm a real streamer now. Let me know if that worked. I'm waiting in chat to see if it worked before I go ahead. Scream Team, how come the Geek and Sundry videos got deleted? It would be pure speculation on my part, but I don't think I signed an NDA for this stuff. Maybe I did. Who knows? But basically, we think that they were setting up to repaint, for lack of a better word, the vlogs channel, and use it for something else, because it had however many 100,000 subscribers by the time they shut it down. So we think that they wanted to just be like keeping up the barest facade of the channel still being there, while basically cleaning it all up. So they kept just enough videos that you can still, the whole homepage is still there, but everything else got privated, except for the ones that are big search hits. Alexander Parker, you can let go of your butt now. Basically anything that was a big search hit, I think stayed. So our last video stayed, and for me, I think the two big ones that stuck around were Ragnarok and Atlantis, because those are commonly searchable. But for a lot of other people who did more niche sort of geeky subjects, their stuff didn't sort of make it out. So they're still uploaded. They're still there. They're just privated, which is kind of, is a bit of a drama of its own, because it means that if any of us who do happen to have our old videos try to upload them on our own channels, which I certainly got permission to do, but it was verbal, so apparently that doesn't matter anymore. But it means that because it's still in the YouTube system, just privated, any re-uploads will be flagged by YouTube's Content ID recognition software, so it'll go, this is copyrighted content, and give the revenue to the original channel owner, which is Geek and Sundry. Ashpocalypse says, hope you're doing well and had a good day. Thank you. I am doing well. It's been busy, but mostly good. Okay, so, all right. Wait, I might get my glasses because I'm going to be this. I just feel bad that every now and then when I'm trying to read your names, I'm like, who are you? Which isn't very professional of me. It's just, it's the names are in gray, so it's a little bit harder to read, I guess. But all right. Okay, let's do this thing. So, all right. Hopefully, I can't see both OBS and do the zoomy things on this. So, hopefully this will work. But here is my campaign map. I don't have a name for my world. I don't know if I need a name for my world, so, it's not something I've bothered. This is actually the most up-to-date version that we've had, because for a long time it had old names of things, but through discussion we discovered that those weren't the names of things, and that's always nice. So this is the most up-to-date map at the moment. I genuinely don't know what this, I'm just gonna take a peek what this looks like. It's very zoomed in, isn't it? Okay, well, it could be worse. So it's just this middle section. All right, I'll just keep that in mind. So here's a bunch of stuff that we have. So we've got I don't know if I do this, can you see? Oh yeah, you can. All right, neat. We've got there up sort of the middle-ish now. You can see the Twin Cities. Oh, Daniel, you have to leave. If you're still here, you have to leave. Get out. Leave. Flee for your life. The Twin Cities, Druff and Derrick, which we worked on in the past on one of these streams. Up the very top here. It's hard when you zoomed in. Up the top here, we've got the Forgotten North, which we have also talked about in Discovery streams. All of those are VOD, and you can go and watch those if you haven't. But that's up to your own discretion. But we have a bunch of other stuff that we could talk about that we haven't talked about. So let me just kind of show you a bunch of stuff here. Hopefully with the text big enough that you can read some of it. And sorry, it's all in my handwriting. Yeah, I don't know. What's so yeah, there's just some stuff. There's some stuff. Some of these places I know a lot about, some of these places I know nothing about, some of these places I know only a little bit about. So we'll figure out where we go, but just based on what you're interested in. Just take note of some of the things that you're interested in that make you go, ooh, what's that? And that's the kind of stuff that we'll be talking about. All right, so I've done some zoomies around the map. Now I'm going to open up the chat and see what people are asking so that I can answer some of those questions before we start deciding. Varys, I'm very sorry. What software do I use for the map making? I don't use software. I hand draw. I sketch out a map. I think this map was originally drawn in like a lined notebook. Like it was very sketchy with pencil, and then I transferred that into Photoshop and I drew in Photoshop. You know, it's not very helpful to other people. But I know there are a bunch of really great map making softwares out there now, so spam some of those in the chat. Oh wait, no, don't spam them in the chat. I need to read what people are talking about. We've got a mention of the rampant Badlands. Apollo says, talk about the goblins, but do you know where the goblins are? We'll talk about the goblins when you'll pick the place where the goblins are. All right, that's how this works. Blah, 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 blah. Justin Torres, the feel when your roommate comes to let you know that Dael is streaming but sees that you're already watching. That's very funny. Hi to both of you. All right. Goblins. Apollo, come on, man. You gotta. What's Yadravez? Mount Hart. Yadravez and Mount Hart are the same thing, so that's 2 there. What's Fey? That's the Fey Acre. So let me see if I do this. Woo! The Fey Acre, which I've talked about in videos sometimes, actually, which you can find. Whee! The Deathhold, or Deertold, is how I say it, but I deliberately spelt it that way because I think it's funny. We got a couple of votes for Deertold / Deathhold. Old Eldon I saw in there somewhere. Gnomish Assembly I saw in there. Fair warning, if we do the Gnomish Assembly, it's not going to be fun, silly gnome times. So you might be let down. Glasstide, Dindol. Some of these are places that I'm like, what even is that? Like, I don't even remember. So yeah, cool. So people feel like they've got a handle of some of the names of things. Now everyone just give your like 1 vote for what you want to talk about, and I'm going to pick out the ones that stand out the most as the most people being like, what is that? What is that thing? Yeah. I should have uncolor-coded some of these. Some of these are just color-coded because of very early character stuff, which is no longer necessarily relevant. So them having color codes does not mean that they are significant in any way. Yes. Oh, yeah, Dindol. That's not even gonna... All right. Okay, I'm seeing Glasstide, Rampant Badlands, Gnomish Assembly, creepy. They're not creepy. They're not creepy gnomes. They're just gnomes. I don't even know if it's really there anymore. We've already done the Forgotten North, so we're not doing the Forgotten North. Glasstide, Gnomish Assembly, Glasstide, Orden's Keep, Deertold. Okay, all right. We're not talking about the we've already talked about the Twin Cities, we've already talked about the Forgotten North, so we're not doing those. All right, so it looks like we've got 3 kind of main ones that I keep seeing come up. Yeah, pretty much. So let's make another straw poll, a new straw poll with just those options, shall we? Pew, pew, pew. So, place. I always feel the need to give these a title. Place. Deertold. Deathhold. Gnome Assembly. Don't just do it for the memes, because the memes will be nil. And what was the last one? The last one was Glasstide, actually, which is very interesting. Create poll. Well, no, it's not. Okay, I feel like I just tainted the waters. It's very interesting because it's something I've actually talked about on the channel a lot, particularly in my early sort of campaign diary videos, because that's where the party originally started. So we've talked about it before. So, I think there is more to learn about it. So it's definitely an option. But the things in the chat, by the way, the straw poll. there is definitely more to learn about it, but it's also something that you definitely already know more about. So that's something to weigh up. Yeah. So, excuse me, show me the results, please. There we go. All right. You thought it was deer told? Because I'm Australian. Deer told. Glasstide has been tainted. Yeah, sorry about that. That was me. But people were genuinely interested in it beforehand, so, you know. I mean, if we... Okay, wait. While y'all are voting, let me just look up some stuff. Let me see if I can find... I don't know where it's going to be, but I will need it. Or I might need it. I might not need it. I might not need it. R.I.P. to Goblin Town. One day we'll talk about the goblins, but only when you all pick the goblins. And I mean not just by saying goblins. I mean they are in a place. And if you pick that place, then that'll come up. Because that's something I know about that place. But I'm not just going to tell you. I'm not just going to be like, let's talk purely about goblins, right? There's a lot going on in that place. Goblins happen to be just one of the things. You have a large gnomish country in your campaign? That's cool. Why is this happening? The window won't move. Varys says, I'm way more curious about the Gnome Assembly because it's not just silly, usual gnome nonsense. I mean, it's also not like dark and grim either. It's just, you know, it's... To me, gnomes are just like any other race, you know? It's like a D&D race. It's like... it's like being like, let's talk about the humans, you know? It's, let's... You know? Yeah, Drowned Town. One day we might talk about Drowned Town. It all depends. It all depends on what people pick. All depends on what people pick. Okay, we've only got 187 votes. I would like to see a couple, particularly because we've got more current viewers at the moment than we had earlier. I would like to see more votes than this before we call it. So I'm going to post the straw poll again. For the people who missed it earlier. Boop, 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 boop. 19th, no, we have not talked about the Westwoods, but at the moment we're down to these three by the looks of things, because these are the things that people wanted to talk about the most by the sounds of things. I'm always a little surprised by the things people pick. Maybe not always. Forgotten North felt like it, I had only just added the Forgotten North on the map when everyone was like, ooh, what's that? And it was, you know, big letters and everything as a dramatic name. So that one was a little bit expected. But, you know, the Twin Cities was a little bit out of left field for me. Hello, Demi. Judith, playing a gnome bard. I have a player in my campaign who is a gnome bard. Yeah, it's fun. J. Birmingham, would gnomes / halflings be less likely to associate with larger races because of their size differences? That's up to you. That's up to you, mein Freund. Pretzel, Glasstide is full of knives, I assume. So it's looking like at the moment, Deertold is full of mystery / Deathhold is full of mystery. I feel bad. Deathhold / Deertold has been in the running every time we've done this, and we've never actually talked about it. Glasstide, people just don't remember me talking about. That's very interesting. And the Gnome Assembly feels like people are like, ooh, interesting, like cultural discussion, right? It's a low five. I get it. That's funny. What are the other racist classes I have in my campaign? Daniel Cooper. I basically anything from the Player's Handbook is. I like to limit it to the Player's Handbook for a couple of reasons. I think the Player's Handbook is, you know, it's flawed in places and beautiful in places. But I think the reason I limit it to that is just that at least it was all designed at the same time. You know, the people writing it were in the same frame of mind when they made all that stuff. So I find, even though it's not necessarily exactly perfectly fun balanced, I've talked about that. I think that, you know, it is stuff that comes out later, in my experience, tends to be more powerful. And that is fine and totally legit for people, but again, I like those constraints on creativity a little bit. If someone really wanted to play something from a different book, you know, we'd talk about it, and it might be fine and it might not be fine. But typically, I say, you know, look to the Player's Handbook for stuff. But within that context, I also have my own stuff, right? So like, if someone is looking at the Player's Handbook classes, they're looking at my version of the Beastmaster Ranger, not the book's version of the, because I'm such a home brewer. It's like Player's Handbook, but my version of the Player's Handbook. Yeah. As a total man, I'm sad. I'm sorry, Bear, but you know, it is what it is. If you had a really great case for like, I want to play this thing, then we'd talk about it and we'd figure it out. Because, you know, it's all about the fun. And if someone's not going to have fun, then I'll bend a rule for him. Pirate Dragon Turtle Dale, how do you feel about the rumors that you are an actual Feywild elf? It is untrue. I am on the record as a vampire. All right, where are we at? Votes seem to have slowed down. Oh, man. This is interesting. I'm going to have to find my old maps because it looks like Glasstide has won. 38%, 97 votes to 89 votes, Deatold. I'm very sorry. Deatold / Deathhold, but this is how it is. So let me see. I need to replace this map. I actually have a better map of Glasstide because, again, this is something that we've actually talked about before. And that I have quite a bunch of information on. I've never done this with a place that we know a lot about. So let's see how that goes. It might go fine, it might not go fine. Is this the... No, that's... Oh, this could be interesting though. Can you see that? Where's OBS? Let me see if I can... How can I do this? I'm, you know, not especially adept at running a stream at this particular juncture in my life. But let's see what we can do here. Okay, let's add that. Yep, sounds good. All right. Oh, now it's just covering the whole screen. Give me a second. Let me figure this out. And I'll move that to the bottom. Not quite the bottom. We'll move it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good enough for the moment, isn't it? So this is just fun. This is a fun detour. This is this is, I think, my first map that I drew of Glasstide. I can't read what that says underneath in my messy handwriting, but here we go. Little Doctor Who notebook. A little map that I drew, and this kind of shows you how I draw maps as well. I sketched it out in pencil, and in this particular case, I was also bored and decided to doodle with pen. I'm very messy in terms of, you know, drawing stuff. I love just doing really sketchy things, and if I want to clean it up, I often take it to Photoshop these days. Well, I mean, that also just feels untrue. I don't draw as much for leisure as I used to, but no, this is how I approach doing maps and stuff. Very, very messy to begin with. Oh, let's see. No super chats. I don't quite understand how to turn them on. let's put it this way. One day, that was very Daxblade, by the way. One day, hopefully soon, when I figure out more regular streaming, and I'm doing it more often with a, computer setup that can handle it better, then I will probably, this can just act as fair warning, then I will probably diversify into super chats. But for the moment, I don't quite know how. I'm sure it's just in my settings somewhere and I just haven't clicked it yet. I keep getting messages that I'm eligible for it though, so it's somewhere out there. Do I have a site with my art? Jeff McLeod? No, I don't. I'm not remotely like an artist. I don't have a portfolio or anything like that. Is it like an ice marsh? No. It is not an ice marsh. It is a marsh or a swamp. Yeah. I actually, fun fact, up closer to Deertold is kind of an ice marsh. There you go. How funny is that? Who was that? I didn't say your name. Christian, lean in to read it. Feliciano. I'm great with Italian. Oh, Clifton A. McDivitt. For a place called Glasstide, I expect more glass manufacturing stuff. No, it's called Glasstide because the water's so still. Because it's a swamp. So it's like, yeah, you get it. But I just think that that's interesting because my character that I play in a D&D campaign elsewhere, run by my bud Zach, that character is not technically from, but also kind of from a place that their big thing is, their big resource that they manufacture is glass. I guess that's not that interesting, but I went and I said it out loud anyway. Apollo says, this place is from the Spurred vid, yes? Yes, it is. That is probably the place where I talked about it most. I talked about two places in that. I talked about Glasstide and Bryn Alden. But yeah, this is one of the places that I talked about in there. Illuminini, is there a widely employed system of boats for travel and other mundane tasks beyond things like trade? Yes, there is. So I've mentioned before, let me get a real map, because there are real maps somewhere. That one was just fun. It was just nice and interesting. This is going to be tricky because this map is a very different shape to the other maps. Oh, this is the print version of the map. I have so many different versions of this map, y'all. Let's just go with this one. I think that'll work. And I gotta add another scene. But to answer your question, yes. So the setup for Glasstide, because it was my session 1 sort of starting village way back when. So there is some stuff that I would probably do differently now, and that might be interesting to talk about here. But it is, oh gee, I keep forgetting that it's going to be on top of everything. Okay, let me work this out. I just, give me a second. Okay, all right, and I'll put that here. I mean, we can cut off a little bit of that place. All right, and then I'll get my video capture. I'm really good at multitasking, you can tell. Why won't it let me? It won't let me move it. No, I can't make myself smaller. Why can't I make myself smaller? Why? Oh, because it's locked. I figured it out, you guys. Don't worry about it. I got this. I got it. Okay, so let's make me smaller. I've got this Word document down here that I probably won't even use, but, you know, why not? Ma, ha, he, who, ha. Okay, well, that was not ideal. Okay, well, I'm not even really going to use it, so let's just, it's fine. It's fine where it is. It's fine where it is. Can everyone see that map? Everyone but me. No, I've got it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So, it was my session 1 village that I was starting people out. And do I have a document with information about Glasstide? I'm sure I do somewhere, but it was years ago, so I have no idea where to find it. So for now, we're just going by my memory, my flawed human memory. Starting village, and its key thing, the reason that it was the starting village is that the swamp, which has a name, might just be called the Tangle, is kind of a big swamp that cuts through the middle of the, top section of the continent. And so you have to travel through the Tangle, but it is imbued with magic. So the water is in some capacity. You get some of the secrets here. Let's get into some secrets. This is going to dip into some secrets from other places. I don't even know if this is still true, but this is what was true at the time of making. So the water partially comes down from the mountains through the Fayacre, so it's got magical essence coming down from there, but then it would have just been like a stream, right? But the reason that it became swampy swampland, is that there's also a stream called the Bryn Stream that is running from Brynalden, which has a really cool, like, you go in, it's got this really specky, like, whoa, look at that fountain, it's huge. But the way that they get the appearance of that fountain is through what are those things called? It's like a vase, or what's a water urn called? Anyway, the things that never stop pouring water. Look, my brain's not working. I don't know what it's called, but it's Stephen Colley. Haha, see, gotta lean in. Stephen Colley looks both ways. Secrets, you say? So yeah, there's beneath the city where they've got this fountain coming from is one of those things of ever pouring water, and they used that to create the fountain, and then the Bryn Stream, and the Bryn Stream sort of empties into the swamp, but it because the water is just like, it's endless. It's decanter of endless water. Yeah, thank you. Generality. This is great. This lean in. It's really, I'm on top of it. Because of that, it is leading. It's more magical water, right? And it's just leading to this swamp further down, where the land evens out a bit. And so the swamp is a little bit magical, not in any huge flashy ways, but it's just a little bit magical. And so part of that means that it's got a similar thing to like trying to travel through the Feywild, right? It's got this difficulty to navigate. It doesn't quite. It resists navigation. It resists map making. And there are peddlers who sort of set up shop all along either side of the swamp and try to sell maps to travelers so that they can cross through the Tangle. But often those people will end up getting lost. And that was one of the first things that my party had to do, was that they, a bunch of nomadic merchants had gotten lost, and the fisher boats of Glasstide brought in half of their group who had been found by them, but the other half was still lost off in the swamp. They had to find them. But to actually answer the question that was asked 1,000 years ago, Glasstide is significant because it runs a ferry service. So the boats, they have their sort of fisher thing going on to feed themselves and to have trade, but predominantly they kind of make tourist money, not because their town is like this gorgeous place that everyone wants to visit, but because the swamp is big and you kind of they live here. They were here when the swamp started happening, and they've kind of grown next to each other. The swamp grew and this culture grew next to each other, alongside each other, and so they can navigate the swamp just because they don't try to map it. They just know it. They feel it. So they are one of the only reliable, safe ways to get across the Tangle, and getting across the Tangle reliably and safely takes, a couple days. So you stop
at Glasstide in the middle and stay the night. So it kind of has a tourist element to it. So that's one question that we've answered, and it took me so long. And I'm very, very sorry about that. All right, what are some things people are asking? What are some things that people would like to know? I'm trying to think of things that I know. I should probably just tell you lots of things that I know about it first, right? And then we can figure out some questions. It's hard because ordinarily I would start with the basic sperm questions, but as has been covered, I actually did that in the video on sperm. By the way, I should say out loud for people who aren't familiar, the sperm principle is one of my earlier D&D videos. I did ancient history in high school, and the thing that our teacher taught us to remember all the significant things to talk about a historical culture was to talk about the social elements, the political elements, the economic elements, the religious elements, and the military elements. And I have found that a very, very helpful world building technique to kind of do that in reverse. And the way that you remember it is because it spells out sperm. Some people are coy, some people say merps or perms, and that is within their prerogative. But I think that it is more memorable because it's a little bit rude. It's not even rude. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's just biology. Nothing rude about it. Francisco Alejandro, for how long has that decanter been going? Does it ever go out of control, like causing a flood or something, since it's infinite water that wasn't part of the planet, but is now pouring in daily? Yeah, it's been going for a long time. I want to say within the realm of hundreds of years. I haven't pinned that down. And it doesn't like go out of control, but it was definitely left on too high a setting, and it will begin to cause problems, given enough time. That could be something that would have to be dealt with by the players. It actually was something I wrote in originally because one of my players at the time who does, that's a good idea. I'll go over one of my players at the time is a big sort of map nerd, and was the reason I made a map in the first place of the entire country, continent, whatever you want to call it. My tummy just rumbled. Time to break out the apple. But no, she's a big geography nerd and stuff, and I knew that given enough time, she would notice that there was like a river stemming from a hill rather than a mountain, and would go to investigate that. Raz says, a town without sperm is not a town worth visiting, in my opinion. So yeah. All right, so let's just talk about these lettered things for a moment. So this was, I think, the map that I printed out for myself just to have nearby to reference during the game. But I didn't actually end up really needing it. But let's see what I can remember. Oh, sorry, I've been sitting with my legs crossed, and it's very uncomfortable getting uncrossed. Where's A? Where's the letter A? All right. Well, okay, so the A is specifically tagging that building is significant. That building is the tavern. It's called the Fisherman's Wake. A fisherman drowned, and they named the tavern after him. It's in the upper residential. So I've mentioned before, so I've got here the upper resident. I don't know whether I don't know whether you can see my mouse or not, but hopefully you can. If not, I trust you to figure out what's going on. This is the upper residential quarter. And this is the lower residential quarter. You will note that the lower residential quarter is further north than the upper residential quarter. That's because the upper residential is on higher ground. It's on higher land. So it is less mucky. It's where the wealthier people in the town live. It's only a small town, but even within that context, there is still, wealth disparity because there is. Because that is something I decided that I would still include in my game. So you can't see the cursor? All right, well, I trust you to find with your eyes what I'm talking about. Whereas the lower residential, which is up there, you've got all those walkways, is it's more mud, basically. It is high enough that it is not underwater, but it is, you know, it can quickly become it can quickly become flooded, things like that. It kind of reminds me of the house I grew up in. I grew up in a place called Warragee, in my hometown, which is kind of, it isn't a marsh, but also it's a place that is kind of, I'm describing it, you know, not necessarily accurately, but I would say it's kind of like floodlands. So if it rained a lot, the ground just became mud. It just, like, you know, I very distinctly remember on my sister's 18th birthday, she hired a jumping castle. That was the big celebration for her 18th. But it rained, and it was like, oh no, what are we going to do with the jumping castle in the rain? But actually it turned out to be the best party. These punks, like, party crashed, and they set up the trampoline, they jumped over the wall from the trampoline onto the, anyway, it was great. But because it was raining, the ground got softer and softer and softer, and so, like, me and my neighbor just started doing this thing where we would, like, bounce on the jumping castle, then slide off it like it was a water slide, and we didn't have to worry about hitting the ground because it was just like you would sink in up to your elbows in the mud. So that's kind of what I'm imagining for the lower residential. You know, I mean, there was a lot. There was this one time when I was a kid where it rained for, like, oh, I don't know, like a week straight, really heavy rain, maybe even longer. And there was a park near my house that had these, they must have been constructed, or it must have been dug out or something. There was this park that had, like, these walls all around, and not walls. Why did I say walls? Hills sort of in a ring around the park and the sports field and the tennis courts and whatever was there. And during this rain, it had this big, like, stormwater, you know, outlet so that water wouldn't get trapped there. And guess what happened? Water got trapped there anyway because everything flooded. Like, because that's what happens is if it's basically floodplain. So the water couldn't escape. So you just ended up with this, like, lake with a playground in the middle of it. It was wild. So anyway, not necessarily strictly relevant, but it was fun. Just memories, just some memes. Walk down memory lane. So that's lower residential, muddy sort of flats where it floods really easily, and that's where the less wealthy people in the town live. Down just next to that, you can see the little I think that's an E or a C. It's an E, with those highlighted buildings on the far left. That is the fishing precinct. Pardon me again. The buildings that are there are all just, you know, boat houses and fisheries and things like that. It's the E in sperm. It's the economic. Above that, what is that G? What is that G? You know what that G might be? It might be the place where it might be the place where one of the residents lives, who was like, she doesn't sell potions, but she makes, like, salves and stuff. So they could get some healing, but not, like, it's not a place that gets, like, you know, a lot of stock of potions and things, because they don't typically need that many potions in this little, like, tourist place. Francisco, again, does the swamp have creatures living in it? Like, did someone go out of his way to get crocodiles to make it look more authentic? There are crocodiles in the swamp. The first session, or couple sessions that my players had to go through, was the town was being terrorized by a great crocodile called Kindred Moor. And yeah, it was just getting bolder and bolder. It used to sort of stick to the outskirts and things, but it was coming closer and closer into town and making more and more frequent attacks. And of course, my party all instantly thought somehow that the not mayor, Judge Willen Brightheart, they decided that he was somehow responsible, they charged into his office and like accused him, and I was like, it's a crocodile. How, like, is he mentally controlling it to attack his constituents? Like, but parties be what parties do. Yeah, Kindred Moor. This was the place where, so first session was like a festival, and at the end of the session, Kindred Moor attacked. So this might be jogging some people's memories. Kindred Moor attacked, and they, fought him off. Or maybe it was piranhas or something, and then Kindred Moor showed up in some capacity, and the party were hired. They were winning the festival, and so Judge Will and Brightheart hired them to hunt down and bring him the hide of Kindred Moor. And so the next session was them going off and tracking the crocodile and trying to find it, and it turned out that it was 2 huge crocodiles, and they both had kind of, I described them as having bits of stained glass sort of stuck in their hide in different places. And that was because I had decided it connected in with the next thing, which was the thing with the nomads. And some of them ended up sheltering in this sort of sunken, I don't know, sunken fortress, sunken temple, not quite sure what it was. But it was this really old building that had, like, from days gone, that had sunken under the swamp, sort of at an angle, so, you could get in from one specific end. But yeah, I think I'd decided in some capacity that Kindred Moor was like hanging out there and got kind of a little imbued with magic. I don't know. It's kind of a different vibe to what I've landed on for this setting, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I think you can sense that it's early days, and in a weird capacity, I think you can sense with this stuff that it's Pathfinder as well, rather than D&D. Tom says, "Oh man, so they were driven to madness by the glass." No. Bear Wonder says, "I thought Kindred Moor was a 2-headed croc." Nope, just 2 different crocodiles that looked very similar, and everyone thought it was one. But that was the twist. That was the twist, was that they thought they were hunting one crocodile, and then halfway through the battle, they were hit by a second one. Oh no, there's 2 of them. It played out pretty much how I wanted it to. Orvin, who's the cleric, was my target for, the signature move was, of course, a death roll, which is what crocodiles do. They grab hold of you and they spin around in the water until you drown. And so that was going to be my signature move for the battle. And I thought about who I wanted to target with, and I thought, oh, I've got a barbarian. I could target the barbarian. And then I thought, no, you know what? Orvin is a half-orc. And, much as I don't necessarily agree with its inclusion as a racial feature, Orvin does have, whatever it's called, savage resilience, whatever it's called, the thing that brings you back to 1 hit point. And I was like, the cleric, everyone's going to be real upset. He's also like the only nice person in the party, the only nice character. So I was like, all right, let's go after the cleric. And I gave him opportunities to break free, because he was grappled first and on the next turn was going to get death rolled. But instead, Orvin used his turn to try and attack the crocodile rather than break the grapple. And I was like, okay. And then Orvin got death rolled and went unconscious and came back at 1 hit point, and everyone was like, no! And it was great. It's really, really dramatic without actually putting anyone in danger. It's one of my favorite things to do. I don't think it's quite called Orcish Fury, Ian, but yeah, something along those lines. My nose is getting blocked just from talking a lot. Is that a thing? Is that a real human thing? Yeah, I love a little swamp start. Levi, the very modern TRPG, the token nice person, yeah. So that's fun. That's a lot of fun. Let's see, we've got the public quarter down in the south. That is where they do their, like, that's the shops and the town hall and the cemetery, things like that. It's the sort of shared spaces or businesses. There's a temple there. I believe H is a temple to Eristil. who is a pathfinder god of like the wilderness and the hunt, I think. B, I don't quite know what B is. B might be just the sort of town square where a lot of the festival was being held. They've got a big tree there, sort of a big party tree. Oh, I should say this town is mostly or at least 50% populated by halflings. That's a significant thing to talk about. C down there in the public quarter is the cemetery. I always like to spend a little time thinking about how a different place, disposes of their dead. I don't like to change it up too dramatically between different places on the same continent because, it's... Anyway, but yeah, it's sort of... These people bury their dead, but some people might burn their dead. Some people might use catacombs. Some people, mummification. It's an interesting cultural element is how different cultures deal with the dead. So like Brynolden, for example, they have cemeteries as well because they're quite close by, but their cemetery is like on the eastern side of the hill because it has to see the sunrise. Things like that. Down there, you can also see D on that little island way out from... There's that big long walkway, and there's a little island there with the D. That is the watch house. They don't have a town guard in any real capacity, but they have a person who is an elf. Let me see if I can remember her name. Her name was Alyssa Once Tall. No, Alicia Once Tall. Alicia? Something like that. And she, is someone who was an elven soldier and now it just serves as, the watch captain. There's no town guard. It's just basically her keeping an eye out and, or maybe she's the hunt captain. It might've been something like the hunt captain because the biggest dangers they tend to face here are just animalistic. So, she has a little watch house where she can keep people who are drunk and disorderly. That's how the party met Hylas. Fun fact, Dan isn't here anymore, but that's how, because he didn't start with the party. He started like one session in because, we were talking about D&D and Daniel was there and I was like, wait, you would love D&D. Come play D&D. And that's how that happened. And so I had Hylas be in the drunk tank and the party, part of the deal of the hunt captain going easy on them was that they had to take Hylas with them so that she wouldn't have to listen to him chatter anymore. I think is how that happened. Yes. So that's there. What else am I missing? Oh, F in the top right. It's not F in the top right. R.I.P. But it's not like a section of the town or anything. There are only really 4 districts of the town: upper residential, lower residential, fishing precinct, and the public quarter. Again, quite a small town. But F in the top right is that there was like an estate belonging to a particularly rich halfling family. And I'm trying really hard to remember their names. I know that the father had died a while ago, and so the estate's kind of fallen into disrepair because the daughter lives, she's the priestess of Eristil, who lives at the temple, and the son, who has a name, I don't remember what it is, but he like owns basically half the boats, and runs the sort of ferry service. He lives elsewhere in town. So neither of them live there and they kind of just let it fall into disrepair. But that's the estate. And at some point I did have, I don't remember why or how, but I did have the party go over there to find some information, probably about the crocodile. Because I said that the father, he had a name. What was his name? I said that the father who lived there was a big sort of, he liked sort of delving into the swamp and cataloging the creatures and things that lived there and the plants and things. And I wonder if I can find it. Give me just a second. I'm going to get up just for a second. I'll be back. Larry Bryant, lol, your story about the death roll reminds me of my unifying method. Whenever a party is split and mad at each other, I have something bad happen to that one person that everyone loves. You know what? Sometimes you gotta do it. You gotta go for the jugular. hit them where it hurts. I mean, don't genuinely upset your players. It's all for fun. It's all for fun. I also happen to know that Orvan's player loves having a little bit of tragedy, loves having a little bit to angst about. So I was like, great, okay, I can work with that. Oh, now where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's down here. Okay. Gentleman says hi. Sorry. So this is a very nice leather-bound art book that my parents got me one year, many moons ago. It's got some very old, pretty dodgy drawings in it. Oh, real dodgy drawings. Oh no. Hello. Excuse me. Microphone, please don't. Let me see. But at some point... Oh, that's neat though. That's not too dodgy. I'll show you that. Space Age Frog Prince is what's happening there. Don't know if you can see it very clearly, but there you go. That was probably when I got my inks and I wanted to try them out. La, 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 la. Why no sound? Is there sound? Hello. I'm just going to pause for a moment until I find out that there's sound. I'll keep yammering because that's NSFW drawings. No, just bad. Just rubbish drawings. I got them many moons ago. Some of them are cool. There's an apocalyptic Little Red Riding Hood. So that's the woodsman. Okay, people have sound. All right. Well, I'm sorry for the person who doesn't have sound. Check that you're not, muted. Oh, what a geek. Sorry, I just went past some Julius Caesar fan art. That's a new level of geekdom when you're drawing fan art for a Shakespeare play. Oh, no. All right, here we go. Here's some interesting stuff. So, this is kind of what I was doing. So I did this is a page that has little drawings of flowers and their names listed. And it also has stories about them in folklore. So it talks about what they're useful for in folkloric contexts. So, for example, foxglove can be used to brew a tea that breaks you free of the charm of Fae. That's something that is written there. I didn't stop and read it, but I'm pretty sure that that's written there. Let's see. Where is it? Where in the world is it? Wow, I had this book for a long time before I played D&D, clearly. Yeah, okay. So I drew up, I was like, oh, you find a bestiary in his estate, right? And I drew up entries from the bestiary, and I... the next session, after I'd drawn up all this stuff, I handed it over to my players, so while they were wandering around, they could read through stuff and be like, oh, that's interesting. And if they did, they would be rewarded because there were little hints. There's some lizard folk, which again, I wouldn't necessarily use lizard folk as oh, and there was kindred moor down there. Tanglebreed crocodiles is what they were called. In his scientific thing, but specifically kindred moor. Do you want me to read a little entry from here? Because I really filled it out with a lot of text. So, like Tanglebreed crocodiles, it says, bearing little outside of resemblance to regular crocodiles, the Tanglebreed is remarkably large and strong. Accounts of confrontations with crocs of this swamp indicate that they may carry particularly tough hides, resisting the passage of blades through the skin and flesh, even once the armor of their scales has been pierced. So that's like a little warning that is like, there you go. If you plan ahead, if you read the book, then you can discover that they've got resistance to slashing damage or whatever. It also says, expeditionaries beware. Wanderers of the swamp will find these not uncommon, and to the unwary or unprepared, they can be deadly. Populations are shrinking happily. This is me reading my own handwriting. Populations are shrinking happily, but rumors of their strength as individuals
is growing as individuals growing up. What does that say? It's growing persistent. I don't know, something like that. Aristil help us should they ever spread into Glasstide territory. Oh, ominous. And then you've got, honestly, I should have written them all in capital letters because my handwriting is neater in capital letters. Then you've got more things here. Will o' the Wisps was another warning for a different session. So I hid them in amongst other things. There are things in this little bestiary that I made up that were not relevant to stuff that they would face. And then there are things that were relevant to stuff that they would face. And they just, if they happened to go to the trouble of reading this stuff that I mocked up, then they would know a bunch of extra things that would help them in the game. I kind of like doing that thing where it's like, reward external participation with internal bonuses. How far behind am I that I'm just getting chats now that are saying, yes, read the thing, Dael. Yes, entry read. Oh my gosh. There is a delay of some kind happening right now because I did a bunch of reading just now. Malcolm Pool? Yes. Whoa, is that like an official bestiary in universe or some sort of fairy tale book that just happened to give info about beasties? No, it was specifically a guy who was local to Glasstide who he was really rich, so he didn't have to work, so he spent his time delving into the swamp and making sort of expedition notes on creatures in the swamp. So that's how that, and they had to go to his or they got a tip to go to his estate to find his notes on something or other, or a key for something. I genuinely don't know why they had to go there. Because it wasn't for the bestiary. I think that was a bonus. I think someone specifically went out of their way to check the shelves of the library and see if there was anything interesting. I was like, yeah, there's probably something interesting. Yeah, he wrote a bestiary, and then the next session I had written it up so that they could have a look at it. Because sometimes when there's big gaps in between sessions, I go a little too hard. That's not an expectation you should have for yourself or for your DMs. That's, not something that they should have to do. It's just something that I did do. Let me see. If I do this, let me know. I want to go back to this page just because it gives me the preview of where I'm actually up to. But let me know. No, okay. Let me know if you can't see the map anymore. While all of you were busy with work and having lives, I studied the swamp. Hey, Cecilia, welcome. You've made it for a stream, yeah. Pew pew. Here I am, just trying to okay things. I don't understand what the auto mod takes umbrage to half the time. Yeah, I mean, okay, Alex, I wrote an entire bestiary between sessions. I did just enough entries that they wouldn't automatically know what the important ones were. So, it was a couple pages. I did do drawings, but I also like drawing. So, that was, Cassidy, these are carnival colors. It's yellow, blue, red, and purple. I had never painted a bedroom before. I'd never had the opportunity, really. So I went in when I got the opportunity to paint my own bedroom. You can't actually see it, but every different panel is a different color. So this is yellow and that is yellow, these walls. But as soon as it turns into that wall, the wall becomes blue. And then when it reaches the ceiling here, it turns yellow again. Then it's red, and then blue and red and purple. And yeah, anyway. La 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 la. I'm trying to work out where y'all are up to on the stream.
Okay. So, let's see. We can talk about sperm, but we've kind of already covered some of that stuff. So, the social elements were like the fisherman's wake and the public quarter. The person who filled the social quarter as an NPC he had a great name. What was it? Let me think of it. Hadrian Shea. I'm a little bummed that I used that name on someone who's never going to come up again because I really like that name. Hadrian Shea, he was the tavern keeper. It's a dry tavern. I forgot about that. It doesn't sell alcohol for the same reason that it's called the Fisherman's Wake. But Hadrian Shea, not enough of you are Australian, and probably won't get this. And even then, I mean, age might be a factor, but there's a show called Sea Change and a character played by a young David Wenham called Diver Dan. And that's basically who Hadrian Shea was. So that was my social NPC. Is there a way you allocate percentages of the town side for the various elements of sperm? Carl? Not really. I basically just am like, well, there needs to be a sector that, at least has some emphasis on each of those elements. But I also particularly am like, there has to be at least one NPC for each of these elements. If it's a very large city, I often do 2 NPCs for each element, but this is a small town. So that was the social, was Hadrian Shea. Political was Judge Willen Brightheart. He's the closest thing that the town has to a mayor. He's a halfling. He had a Cornish accent. So it was like, yeah, he was like, bring me the hide of kindred more. He was a lot of fun. I still don't know why my party immediately thought that he was a bad guy. But it's what they do. They don't trust authority, and that's okay. Callum loves Sea Change. Good taste. Although I will forever feel betrayed that Diver Dan just kind of disappeared. But that's on David Wenham. That's, that's not on the show. That's on him. Yes, so that's political. That's Judge Willen Brightheart. Economic was that guy who owns the boats who I can't remember the name of. I can tell you that I played him a little bit like a sleazy David Tennant. That's all I really remember. I wish I could remember these names. I probably have notes somewhere, but they're probably also in the rubble behind me from where I've been doing my reverse spring cleaning. So, I took them all out of my DM binder because I don't need them there anymore. We're not in Glasstide. So that's economic. Religious was his sister, who I also can't remember the name of, who was also a halfling, and she's, Temple of Aristil and stuff. And military was Alicia Once Tall, and she's an elf, and I had a thing where she was like disgraced from her military position and couldn't go back there. Bliss Burrowford! Apollo, you got the names! Burrowford, Bliss Burrowford. Oh, well done. Well done. No, Bliss Burrowford was his sister. Bliss Burrowford was the sorry, the delay is going to make this a really weird thing for you. Bliss Burrowford was the sister who runs the temple. Oh, and if it's Burrowford, what's his name? His name was... Oh, it's going to kill me. Anyway, it's fine. It is what it is. He has a name, and his surname is Burrowford. That's him. That's the important bit. And Alicia Onestall was kind of disgraced from her military position in the army of Oraiden, which is a predominantly elf city, but not purely elf city because monocultures are kind of boring. And Hamel Burrowford, well done. You killing it. Oh, he's cracked. Yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, and so her name didn't used to be Once Tall. That's a little sly reference to her acceptance here in this halfling village. She gets kind of a, how halflings, I think it's referenced in the handbook, or maybe it's just something I made up, but halflings have those kind of those names that are attached to, like, Brightheart, Burrowford. It's that very I want to say trophy names, but it's not quite right. But, names that are attached to either your disposition or, where you're from. But it's a very halfling name thing, right? And so the idea was that Alicia kind of couldn't go back to where she was from, and the halflings here accepted her. And as part of that, she dropped her former surname and took on a halfling name, which was Once Tall, because she used to be an elf, but now she's a halfling. Pew, 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 pew. Sorry, that was a very long pause. I was reading and considering things, and I'm terrible at multitasking, which is great for streaming. I'm sure that you're all very excited for the prospect that I would continue to do things like this when I'm so excellent at it. Generality says, now is a good time to share my favorite halfling name that I got off a random PC generator. Elmwith Dorwhiddle. That's a great name. I really like that. I played, during a one-shot at Comic-Con, I played a halfling whose name was Twine. I can't remember what surname I gave them, but I like the name Twine for a halfling. Malcolm Poole, it's like the trend that people's names were based on their descendants' job, like Smith or Cardman. Yeah, it's a bit like that, but it has a particular name, and I really should remember what it is. It is a thing. It's a real thing that has a term attached to it, but I can't remember what it's actually called. Look, I'm so low in this frame, but also it's just because I don't want to sit on my feet anymore. I framed myself when I was sitting with my legs crossed, but my feet were getting tingly. Could be a by name. Norton. Yeah. Kind of like that. Yeah. Alice Roberts, the light on the roofs makes it look like the sun is in the north. Is this a globe world, and is Glasstide in the southern hemisphere then? I think there was an answer to that at the time that I made the map. I don't remember, but I did definitely go, all right, and the sun's coming from this direction when I drew it. Yeah, I think question mark. I think it's definitely a bit south, but I don't. Yeah, I genuinely couldn't tell you, because I also don't pay too much attention to that stuff. I occasionally dip into it when I'm doing world building or map making, but on the whole, I just kind of go like, yeah. What are my players expecting? So, like I've talked about before, for this map, for the broader world map that I showed you earlier, one of my players said that her home was in the north and her home was cold. And so that was like, oh, okay. We're going with a typical European analog then. Because that just wasn't something that for me was something I needed to fight against. I didn't want to put energy into fighting against that when I really... it didn't affect any of the stories that I wanted to tell to do that. And it's not a one-to-one European analog, but in terms of like North Cold, yeah, people are expecting that kind of a fantasy setting. My friend attacked a shopkeep and we got destroyed. It can happen. Yeah. I think at the time of doing this, Hadrian Shea was like a super high level retired cleric or something, like a death cleric. Because at the time I was very into like, ooh, hidden things that I know about everything that my players don't know. And I think as I've gone along, because this was early days, and this was like, not the very, very beginning of my DMing, but it was pretty close. And yeah, I think since then I've kind of mellowed out to more of an even keel when it comes to secret keeping. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be a secret from your players, but there are other things that it's like, oh, I do know this about the setting and you might never know. So like the vampires in the north, right? If my players never go there, they'll never know about it, but we know about it. You and me, we know about it. But I don't need that to happen on a micro level anymore. I don't need to be like, oh, and this is the secret identity of this person. I think if an NPC turned out to be a significant recurring character for my party, I might then stop and think about them and work it out in more detail. But I think in the short term, it's easy. It's much easier and much more full in some strange way to just know what the character, what's their purpose here in the story, what is their motivation, what is their shell, what is their sperm position, and that stuff. It's like if I was doing it today, I would be like, Hadrian Shea, he's the tavern owner, he's here to run a tavern. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't need to know any other details about that because it's probably not going to be important. Judge William Brightheart, it's like he might have the additional thing of like a motivation of like, does he want to keep his constituents safe, or does he want to appear to be doing something so that he can win the next election? In this case, I would say that he genuinely wants to keep people safe, and this is a menace that he's been struggling to deal with, things like that. So yeah, it's really. By the way, folks, stay hydrated, says Tom. I agree. Alexander, what is their sperm position? Dael asking the important questions. Yeah, always. Keep bumping the microphone. So yes, is it worthwhile talking about? Let's see. It's predominantly a halfling village. It's tricky. I'm not sure how I would approach something. Let's, you know what? This might be what we do for this particular campaign discovery, because it's something where I know a lot about it and it's probably not super likely to come up again, right? In my campaign. Or it might. Who knows? I've even gone back and forth on whether this place still exists, honestly. If we're being honest about it, I have gone back and forth on whether to keep the Tangle on my map. It's there because I think it would be very difficult to remove from the image. But it's also something that I'm like, it doesn't quite square with how I think about my fantasy settings now, or this particular setting now, rather. It's a little more overt fantasy than I think I do things now, which isn't bad by any means. I think it's cool stuff, but yeah, I haven't kind of decided what to do with that stuff that's a little bit more on the nose in terms of, ooh, fantasy. I don't know why fantasy was a ghost, but it is. So that is a thing that I have considered whether or not to keep it. But since we're talking about it, let's talk about how I would maybe approach making this place today. Right? So a lot of that stuff I would keep the same-ish. Wait, is this a worthwhile question? Do I have anything interesting to say about this? Let me consider. I'm sure I had something interesting to say about it when I first thought, let's do it that way. But it's gone from my head now. Yeah, I think it would stay a fairy town. I think, yeah, that's what I was doing. Okay, I'm back. I've got it. I'm with it. I'm real on the ball. I was talking about the fact that it's a predominantly halfling village. I don't know whether that's the way I think about town building anymore. Right? So that sort of thing of like, oh well, who are most of the people here? I don't think I approach it in that method anymore, because at the time it was much more these are the D&D fantasy races, which also double as the cultures. And I became less and less interested in that as time went on. So, having like, oh well, this is the elven city. I'm not super into that anymore. I'm much more like, okay, well, what does this city do? And what is it a reflection of? And who are the people who are drawn to live there or who are stuck living there? Things like that. And some of them might be things like, particularly with long-lived races like elves, I feel like there can be places that, just like there is, I mean, this gets into kind of dicey territory in terms of definitions, but like, just in the real world, you can have cities that might be predominantly populated by one or two ethnicities, right? It doesn't mean that that's what they are defined by. So if that comes up, it's more like, okay, so this is a city that is, historically an elven city, and a lot of elves live there, and maybe, just to touch on O'Riden for a minute, that's where Hylas is from. I know that is an elven city, but what that means is plenty of people live there of all kinds, plenty of humans and, whatever. But what it does mean is that, even though there is nothing like stopping a human from running for the council is basically made up of elves, right? That's the kind of thing that plays in to it. So rather than being like, well, this is a halfling town and also, some humans and an elf live there, which I used to do when I first originally made this map. And it's fine. It's a legitimate way of doing it. It's just not how I kind of approach it now. So looking back at this, it feels like a lifetime ago, because I literally went through it. I was like, okay, well, what is the approximate population? How many of them are halflings? How many are humans and whatever? Because I think that was actually part of the Pathfinder core rules, was how to do that. And it's a neat little system, but it's it's not how I approach it anymore. So I would be like, all right, what is the culture here? The culture here is very sort of, I need a different word for it, but domestic, in terms of like, it is very hearth and home heavy. It's very like welcoming, comforting, in terms of, because it's like a tourist place, right? But not a pleasant one. It's not somewhere you go on holiday. It's somewhere that you have to stop at. It's like an inn on a highway, right? So it's somewhere that you have to. What does the R stand? Where's the R? I don't see the R. I'm very sorry. Where's the R? La 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 la. I don't know what we're talking about. I'm clicking on all the things again. I'm very sorry. So yeah, that hearth and home thing is very heavy, because it's like, it's got that tourist element, but it has to be like a thing of like, we know you're stuck here, let's make your stay comfortable, right? Oh, religious, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Luke. But yeah, so it's got that element, and then I was like, okay, the other big significant thing would be the boats, right? You've got the ferry service. They're in a swamp. They have to be people who navigate the water. They have to be very good with boats, small boats, rowboats, that sort of a thing. Yeah, it's like Macca's on the highway, except that it is a place where you stay the night. Malcolm says, I love how elves can canonically say, do not cite the deep magic to me. I was there when it was written. That's pretty neat. I genuinely cannot work out how old elven civilization is in my setting. I cannot work it out. Robert Collins, the rest stop town rather than the yes, exactly, rather than the destination town. It is the rest stop town. Absolutely, it is that. And I think that does lend itself to halflings, not in terms of like, that's halfling culture, because we're kind of shunning that. I don't really have like a... Halflings in my setting are probably more like they're tied in with human culture. Let me find a tissue for a second. This is very, it's glamorous. It's a glamorous life. I've got this apple. I've taken like 2 bites of it. Anyway. Tissues. A beautiful song about tissues. To blom my news. I'm going to step off. That's what you're tuned in for here today, folks. My pajama pants and some nose blowing. Yeah, it's not like halfling culture is not really like a thing for me. Like it's tied in with hospitality. That yes, yoga. That is exactly the name. Is it? Oh wait, is it? I don't know where you're from. So is it yoga or is it hoga or is it? I'm very sorry. I'm trying. It is hard in a text-based medium. Yeah, it's just it's tied in with human culture. Like there's not like one place where halflings come from. But in terms of the generic shorthand, we do associate halflings with that kind of they love food and plants and smoking pipeweed, that sort of hobbity Tolkien-esque thing with halflings, right? So for me, there is value still in just tweaking up the percentage of halflings in a town like this where that is the emphasis, right? I'm sorry I'm looking down here the whole time. It's because I'm reading chat. Yeah. Goblin Piledriver says, start with the creation of the cosmos and go forward. Took me like 8 years to get around to it, but I finally got age of each of the races down where I took that approach. I just don't think I super need to. Gosh, chewing takes a long time when you're the only one talking in a conversation. Yeah, so I think that can be fun world building stuff, starting from the cosmos and going from there. And I think it can be a lot of lore that you yourself find interesting. But in terms of stuff that is needed for running the game, is rarely needed, and your players rarely care about it. I try to avoid getting too deep into any lore. Geez, I meant to have edited that. Sorry, I just saw a thumb drive and it reminded me of a thing. In terms of what was it? Like a goldfish, I swear. Yeah, I try to avoid delving too deep into stuff that will never come up. Or stuff that is uninteresting that will never come up. If it's interesting, I'll do it, because the vampires might never come up. Again, just as an example, the vampires might never come up. Not Horga. Okay, great. I thought not. You can call me Yorga. Jorga or Yorga. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that might never come up, but it is interesting, and it's not something that is unlikely to come up. Whereas nitty-gritty, like deep lore stuff is like, my players will never ask me. And that's fine. I can focus on different things instead. So yeah, it was what I was saying about the halflings. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to people? So yeah, I would probably lose the festival I ran in the context that I ran it. In that it
originally I was like, yeah, they are a town that really effectively worships Aristil because they're, here in the wilderness. And I built this festival around like the old gods that they sort of, it's like, they don't really worship these old gods anymore, but it is a holdover festival celebrating them. And they were like twin warrior tricksters who were halflings. But also, that was before I kind of refined how I thought about pantheon building as well. I was very happy to just drop in the gods of the Pathfinder, the Golarian setting, which I'm still not against it. Like, I feel like I'm going to sound really negative about it. But okay, thank you, Delbird. Delbird, and that icon, I see you. Wait, does that actually say Delibird? No, it does say Delbird. It does say Delbird. Okay, my eyes aren't that bad, but I see your reference. I see it. Yeah. The sort of drop-in gods are fine, but like I kind of covered in my pantheon building video, I don't know, it just doesn't mesh with my my understanding of religion. Which, if I was in a more sort of typical tabletop RPG, fantasy tabletop RPG setting, like Pathfinder or D&D, sort of pre-written settings, where they do have gods who are definitively real, I think that would be fine, because in that scenario, gods work differently. But as I've talked about before, the gods in my setting are not certain. I feel like other times I have brought this up, people have read that as the gods aren't real. And that's not the case either. They are not either real or not real. They are Schrodinger's gods. Just like in real world religions, because I think that is valuable in a game that emphasizes the existence of classes like paladins or clerics, where faith is a huge thing. You cannot have faith with certainty. They do not, like, faith with certainty is a little bit weaker. You know what I mean? The point of religious faith that is significant to a cleric or a paladin is that it has to come alongside doubt. It's really it's that question mark, of the gods are in boxes. Yes, Gabriel. Yes. Oh, hey Gabriel, how's it going? Yeah, just that thing of they might be real, they might not. You will never know. I will never answer that question for you as a player because it is significant to your character. As far as I am concerned, and as far as I will always be concerned, it is significant to a cleric or a paladin character, and other characters too, that it comes down to their convictions. And so, as part of that, the religious core of it, because that's part of sperm here, it's not spegum, right? It's sperm, and the R is religion, not gods, right? So part of a cultural religion or religious culture, whichever, part of culture that includes religion, that is different, that has uncertainty surrounding its gods. It's I'm losing my words, but you get what I mean, right? Yeah, Varys is saying faith is meaningless without doubt. Yeah, you don't need faith to believe in something that is a proven entity. Exactly. It's like, hats exist, like I don't need to have faith in hats. There's no power to having faith in hats. I do have faith in hats because they're real, you know what I mean? So faith as a word carries so much of that. And so in a setting with gods that are defined and absolute, you can just drop in a god and be like, they are a god of war, right? And that's fine. Or even what are some of the, a god of lightning, things that are more definite. But
in terms of a setting where that is not defined, then religious cultures would be constructed more in the way that they are in the real world, where it is stories and beliefs and opinions all swirling together over years and years and years and years and years and centuries and eons, to form these heavily metaphorical, heavily tainted, tainted feels like the wrong word, it's a very loaded word, but there's a lot of bias that gets wrapped up in it as well, depending on who's in power and what stories they want to tell and all those things. And so just plonking down a god of lightning doesn't work for me. So hashtag hats are fake. Yep. We learned it here first, folks. So doing something like dropping in a god of Eristil or a festival to halfling twin war trickster whoever's is not how I would approach that. Now, I think it is very likely that this town would have the same overarching religion that covers a lot of my setting, which I have not completely pinned down yet. I literally last week I was like, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna nail my religion for my setting, and I'm gonna figure it out. And then instead, I did not do that, and I caught up on some Critical Role. It's how it happens sometimes. I'm going to put on a hat now. This is the hat I looked at when I said that hats were real and that I have faith in them. I have faith in all hats, but I am a paladin of the fairs. Ah, well, that's just it. That's just it. Let me lean in to read your name. Oh my gosh, I can't see. Majinantapanda. I straight up just dropped my phone. I'm a little bit scared to look at it because it might be cracked. The bad kind of cracked. I just need a second. Everything's fine. Good news, I think we're fine. Long pause while I check the phone. Let's not put that on my lap again. Yeah, it's myth. It's myth, exactly. Yoga. Because I find it tricky when you read a lot of for lack of a better umbrella term, like cultural texts, right? You get a feel for the different levels of levels is a wrong word as well. Like what is myth versus what is folklore versus what is fairy tale versus what is, these are all different things. Thank you. It is Majin Anti-Panda. Thank you. Thank you for that. Was I answering a different question when I dropped my phone? I forget, and I'm very sorry if I did. I was very frightened for a minute. What was I talking about? I've forgotten again. I'm so distracted by my phone. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Y'all are just catching up to the phone stuff in the chat for me. Okay. What was I talking about? It was something Yoga said. I'm scrolling back up. The mythic story, yeah. Things can be very similar, particularly things like folklore, folk tales, and fairy tales all have very similar elements, right? But it's only when you read an awful lot of them that you start to sort of sense differences in them, and that's one of the significant things is what is mythology versus other things, and then even then it's a very, very, very fine line between mythology and religion. It's interesting stuff. It's very interesting stuff. but it is tricky. I try to approach it from a cultural angle rather than, or a a cultural studies angle rather than a academic mythological angle. Frank Fontaine says D&D atheism, and it's not strictly what we're talking about right now, but I do just want to say very briefly that that's interesting to me, because again, the character that I play in a different campaign, because I get to play sometimes, is, I had to describe her recently, and I sort of said she's whatever the D&D equivalent of an atheist is, because in that setting the gods are absolute, but she's been burned by a god in the past, and so she's just actively like, washing her hands of the gods, even though they are absolute, right? And that's an interesting thing for me to be sort of exploring within that game, particularly because that game ended up being very, very gods forward. We are literally helping the gods shape a new reality. That's the campaign. And I did not know that going in when I made my D&D equivalent of an atheist, and it is stressful for her. Corby Robinson says, is the religion in your setting monotheistic? If not, how are the gods arranged? What's the hierarchy? I don't fully know yet. I know there are probably two major religions that are kind of existing side by side, maybe more, but like, the two sort of big ones. Anti-theistic might be a good way of putting it, Garrett. In one of them, which is the one that I kind of workshopped with Orvin, who is the cleric in our party, I was like, let's make a religious context for Orvin that you think matches his character. And so we sort of sat down and talked about it, and we ended up with something that in some capacity is a little bit Joan of Arc-y. It reminds me in some ways of the religious stuff in the religious lore in the Dragon Age games. Slightly less Jesus, slightly more Joan of Arc. And it is funny as well because I introduced her to Dragon Age, but she hadn't played it at the time, so that was interesting that that's what she came up with. It's a little sort of chunk of Joan of Arc in there, and a little bit as well sort of Confucianism, in that the religion that she constructed is less interested in gods necessarily. I think she landed on the idea that the characters in her story were, or in the sort of one good story that we were talking about, they weren't necessarily gods, but they were people worthy of worship, I think, was kind of where she landed, which is not actually anything like Confucianism, but I just mean in terms of something that takes the place of a religion within a culture, without necessarily being religious. Does that make sense to you? Yes, that's one of the religions, and then I think that one's slightly newer than the other predominant religion, which I haven't worked out yet. I think there will be a second religion sort of side by side with that is more pantheistic, but I don't know to what degree yet. I hope that explanation made any sense. Tom, interesting you say that. So, just another tangential story time. The game that I'm playing in, as I mentioned, where basically we've been sucked through to another reality, a brand new reality where the gods are trying to stake their claims. It's just like free for all. It hasn't been established what gods will kind of have the most sway in this world. So the world is being created by the people the gods bring in. And we are just, one party of people amongst a ton of people who've been brought in to kind of try to win influence on behalf of the gods. But part of the setup is that you can like dedicate really cool things that you do to a god. And you know, you can get boons in return for that. But the DM specifically mentioned that if you don't dedicate it to a god, a specific god, then a different god who kind of, you know, is within the realm of that that feat that you've performed, they can swoop in and claim it for themselves. So you got to be careful, because you know you don't want evil gods coming in and claiming your stuff, right? That was the context in which he mentioned it. But for me, for my character Lou, who is, as someone put, Garrett put, anti-theistic, she doesn't want to dedicate anything to a god. So she specifically, I made a list of every NPC I could think of, or every, you know, the other party members, and I started dividing up different godly domains under those people, because they need to be like relevant. And she started dedicating her actions to people that she knows that are, you know, relevant to the thing that she did, because she didn't want to give it to any of the gods, but she didn't want any of the gods claiming it either. And then last session, literally like a couple of weeks ago, in the middle of a conversation, someone asked whether you can make a new god, and the DM said, yeah, you could totally, like, they would probably be pretty weak unless you were getting like a lot of stuff going to them. And I realized that there's a genuine danger that I am accidentally making the NPCs from my background into gods. So that was a session. That was a moment of epiphany. Oh, thank you. My mother's here, and she's handing me a hot chocolate because she is kind. Yay! Look. That's nice. Thank you. Elliot, Canada, opportunistic deities sound interesting. Yeah. Although I think to some capacity, all the D&D gods kind of come across as a bit opportunistic. There's a lot of people only just arriving at the stream. That's a little bit surprising. Isn't it late where most people are? Yeah. I'll let her know that you all said hi. All hail the Dael mother. Thank you, Mark. I'll let her know. Oh, Garrett, a good question. Does Lou dedicate things to people she cares about, or people she hates, or what? I was just using anyone who was mortal who fit the bill. So she dedicated some stuff to people she really likes and cares about, and some stuff to people that are like nightmare people, terrible people. So yeah, I have to work out. I don't know how much is me realizing that and how much is her realizing that. Once I work out how much of that she has put together, I then have to work out whether she will take next steps to not. She really doesn't want to dedicate stuff to God. She doesn't want to be in the service of God ever again. So I don't know whether she can stop dedicating it to people, but, you know, what's the trade-off there? Keto, does the Dale mother call us your little internet friends? No, she doesn't. She's really savvy. I'm sorry to let you down. She can start calling you that. I can tell her to. Levi, the other day I saw people online talking about whether or not different D&D settings exist in the same universe. They were talking about it specifically in regards to like Ravnica and Theros. And they were like, you know, how would you even travel there? I think it was a question about a specific spell. I don't remember exactly, but they were talking about like, would that work if you could travel to those places? And people were like, yeah, I guess, but how would you even travel to those places? There's no canonical way of traveling between those worlds. And I was like, yeah, there is, because Ravnica and Theros are both MTG settings, which means that planeswalkers are canonical within D&D in some capacity. So, I mean, it would have to go in the opposite direction. A planeswalker would probably have to go to the Forgotten Realms first, but it's very possible, and it was strange to me that no one seemed to be picking up on that. I'm just saying, we need a little more MTG crossover. I do this legit every single time we have one of these streams, I think. Or, you know, maybe like twice. What is the name of the MTG setting with the vampires and the ghosts and everyone's kind of like colonial US clothes? What's that one called? This is the wisdom of crowds right here. Yes, Jeffrey. Yes, it is an MCDM shirt. Gotta rep them. Well, I don't have to. I just decide to because I like them. Innistrad. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chase. Thank you, Varys. Innistrad, I would love an official D&D book on Innistrad, honestly. I don't often buy setting books just because even if it's a setting that I'm interested in, I know I won't run it because I run my homebrew stuff. But oh man, wouldn't an Innistrad book be so cool? I mean, they probably won't do it just because it does cross over a lot of the same stuff as Ravenloft. But yeah, I really think that Innistrad has a lot of cool stuff going for it that would work great for D&D, but still be a different angle on it. It's for sure never going to happen because it's so close to Ravenloft. But I would buy that before I would buy Ravenloft. To be fair, that's because I, again, run my own adventures. But Wikimancer, have I ever played Dungeon World or Fellowship? No, I haven't. Those are two that I have not. I'm assuming Fellowship being the Lord of the Rings RPG. I've read snippets of it, but I haven't done the whole thing. How are you all seeing Colville? I can't even see. Oh, there he is. Best shirt. There he is. He exists. I finally saw him. Every time that he's come up in the chat, I've been like, you'll say he's here, but I don't see it, though. I have faith. Schrodinger's Colville. Anyway. We're very off task here. I'm sorry. It's harder to do a campaign discovery stream with a thing that I already know. But the basis for all of that was basically just saying, hey, I think we would drop the festival. I think that they would have a similar religion to the other thing. I mean, we might still have the festival. I think it would have a lot of local quirks to it, which is a neat thing because it's like, you know, okay, so we talked about holidays in one of my videos. Why is my nose suddenly running? Where's that tissue? Ha 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 ha. We talked about holidays in that video I did. I thought that was a fun video. I thought that was interesting. And within that context, you know, you talk about, you know, quote unquote, a relatively global holiday like Christmas, right? But there are still local variants. There are variations, not even just from country to country or culture to culture, but also you get things that are local, that are great. You know, like you get your local Christmas carols, and you know, like at my local Christmas carols, Colin Buchanan comes and he plays, and that's a local tradition that other people don't have. You know, and that's maybe not the greatest example, but that's something that I like about having widespread religions within D&D not having to have a different religion for every single place. You can have a bunch of different religions. Totally do that. It's great. Love it. But being able to see the same religion viewed from different angles, with different facets, with different traditions that have carried through from previous cultures in different places, things like that, I think, are really worthwhile, and they really add dimension to a religion rather than just a pantheon, if that makes sense. But even then, I mean, even when you look at classical mythology, you compare the Greek and the Roman pantheons, which are, everyone knows they're basically copy pasted, but you get those cultural variants or variations rather, because Rome is different and it has a different cultural context and history than Greece does. Even these two places that are ostensibly very close together, and very similar in a lot of ways, you look at it with a different lens. You see it from a different angle, and I think it colors it nicely for me. Steven says, yes, I do that as well. I think it's a blast. The religions varying by region. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You get there are fun things that you can do just to occasionally set it apart. It doesn't have to be dramatically different every single place that you go. But just the little things. Like I don't know, what's it? I'm not coming up with very good examples. The thing that keeps coming into my mind is Christmas in Japan, you eat KFC. That's the only example that's coming to mind. But I feel like you all get what I mean. What was I going to say? I was going to say something about... Really quickly, I do want to touch on... I saw someone on the interwebs describe me as thinking that Christmas is secular. And I'm concerned about that, because that is a misunderstanding of what I have said. I don't think that Christmas is secular. That's silly. What I was saying in my video where I brought that up was that Christmas and various other, ostensibly religious festivals or holidays are so tied in with culture that even when they are religious holidays, they become more than that, and they become something that is celebrated regardless of religion. So particularly noticeable in Australia, probably more than the US. To some degree, Australia is not entirely, but a relatively secular culture. I'm speaking also specifically about the white people here. We are fairly secular in terms of how things are run, but with our holidays, we still do Easter and Christmas and stuff, and people who don't believe in God and don't go to church and none of those things still celebrate Christmas. They still give gifts on Christmas Day. They still do Easter eggs, even if they don't believe in Easter. That's what I meant. I'm not saying that these are secular holidays. I'm saying that these are religious holidays that have become secularized to some degree. And I think that is something that needs to be considered when you're designing holidays for your setting, because something that becomes that widespread does, to a certain degree, become a cultural tradition, even if it has religious roots. That was a tangent I probably didn't need to go on. Hey, Matt Kappa. Australian friendly stream times. Woohoo. Yep, that's it. I mean, I kind of have to do Australian friendly stream times, but I'll take the credit for it. Bear is saying that he's left-handed. I don't know why he's saying that, but good. Congrats. Does MTG being canon because of the setting books mean Rick and Morty are also canon? I mean, I think the minute that you get into the multiverse, any setting is canon, but also I think the more strict answer is probably not, because of where the copyright belongs for those, right? So same with the oh no, I've forgotten what it's called. The other one, the one Acquisitions Incorporated. Right, there we go. Levi says, I don't fully celebrate Easter, but I'll go ham for Jesus Christ Superstar. That's very funny. The other day, my sister showed me a meme. This is, again, not strictly relevant. The other day, my sister showed me a meme that was just, the title was just the DM talking to their Motor Hobo players. And the entire meme was literally just a clip from Jesus Christ Superstar where Judas is singing about how Jesus should have known what the consequences of his actions would be. And I was like, yep, good meme. Now everyone's talking about being left-handed. You know what? Great. Jeffrey says, hey, is a Tim Tam Slam a thing in Australia? It is, and honestly, if I had a Tim Tam handy, I would show you with this hot chocolate how to do a Tim Tam Slam. A Tim Tam Slam is, so a Tim Tam is a biscuit. It's like a chocolate biscuit. And you get a hot drink. Typically, I think traditionally it should be tea. But people do it with coffee, and I don't drink tea or coffee, so I do it with hot chocolates. And you nibble off either the ends or a corner on each end of the biscuit. And you stick one end into the hot liquid and you suck it up through the biscuit like a straw. So the biscuit is aerated enough that you can get some suction and use it like a straw. And you suck the hot liquid up through the biscuit, and you drink it a little bit, and then you eat the biscuit because now it's full of hot drink and melting very quickly. So you got to do it pretty fast. And it is delicious. It makes it this like crumbly. It's delicious. So consider that your education in the Tim Tam Slam. Tim Tam and Slam, and welcome to the jam. Thank you, Levi. No. Dale's mum won't be coming in with a Tim Tam because I'm pretty sure we just don't have any Tim Tams in the house. No, it has to be Tim Tams. Only Tim Tams. Wiki Mansa says that the Tim Tam Slam is really messy and not worth it. Shunned. No, it's totally worth it. You gotta eat it fast. You can't leave it for too long, otherwise it'll break apart and it'll fall into the drink. You really gotta, yeah. And I mean, it could be wise to like make the biscuit short enough in your nibblings that you can fit it all in your mouth at once, because then it doesn't get too messy. James Godwin says, rarely is explosion of flavor appropriate. But here it is. I can't believe people are still talking about left-handedness. I still don't know why. All right. Okay. Now, what are we talking about with Glasstide? Yeah, I keep being like, oh, and then this, and then I get distracted. But yeah, what characters would I ditch? I would potentially, pains me to say it, I potentially would ditch Alicia Once Tall, or at least I would make her less dramatic. She might just be the hunt captain. You know what I mean? I might emphasize the existence of a town hunt rather than a town watch, because, you know, it's that thing of, there's not really, like, it's a small town, everyone knows each other. Like, what crimes are you gonna commit and get away with? Probably none. And people aren't coming in from the outside and committing crimes particularly because, A, what are you gonna, like, steal or whatever? Like, there's nothing to gain, especially from coming in here and criming. And also, people can only get in if they've come through them, right? The ferry service is the way that people get here. So, you know, there really is very little need for a town watch. So emphasizing the idea of the town hunt and the volunteers who go on the hunt, or any hunts that, you know, come up, I think that is worthwhile. I think it's interesting. I think it's a point of interest that players would enjoy. I could be wrong. could be very boring for them. But I think that would be fine. I think, being run by an elf ranger that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Fire Donut says, "Oh no, Dael is getting distracted by D&D in this Tim Tam stream." Well, it's how it goes. You don't think they sell Tim Tams where you live? They might not. They started selling Tim Tams in the US at some point because it became less of a request when I was coming over. But I think it's still not everywhere. And frankly, I suspect that that it's not made in quite the same way. Oh, crocodile smugglers, says Gabriel. You know what? Smugglers in general could be a thing. Could be a thing. Do the smugglers have a way of navigating through the tangle? I mean, it's possible. What do you all think? Do you think that smugglers would be able to navigate through this slightly magical swamp? Assuming that I keep it slightly magical in this version of reality. Yeah, maybe. Because I think runners are fun. I think that's a fun story element, so I would like for them to have a way of navigating. Maybe there's an underhanded way that they're navigating. I mean, it is very capitalistic of this town to be like, we're the only people who know how to get through this swamp, so we're going to monetize that. That's a choice that they've made that is not necessarily particularly admirable. Is poaching a crime? Elliot, good question. Is poaching a crime? I don't think in Glasstide it's a crime. I don't think it's a crime. I think poaching here is like fair game. It's like stuff in the swamp's going to kill you and you're going to kill stuff in the swamp. Sorry, things are getting blocked that shouldn't be blocked. The smuggler is an old awakened crocodile. Yeah, so people tend to like the idea of the smugglers. That's nice. Love a little smuggler. Just, a halfling smuggler. The other thing that's interesting, and maybe it's not for the Glasstide stream, but, for other streams, but I will bring it up anyway, because I do what I want. Further down where the swamp lets out, right? So Drowntown, I might have mentioned once before, I don't know. But Drowntown on the map that I was showing earlier, the Big World map, used to have a different name. Is it on that map? Let me see for a second whether it's on that map. La, 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 la. Yeah, it's called Tirantor. I don't know whether I'll keep that name or not. But it was a smallish port called Tirantor that got flooded out by too much water coming through from the Brinalden thing that I was talking about earlier and whatnot. Lots of things contributed, but now it's sort of underwater. There's a lot going on there, actually, now that I stop and think about it. We won't get into that in detail, but the point is, on an official map, it would be referred to as Tirantor. But colloquially, it is called Drowntown because it's, flooded. It's not like literally underwater, but it's flooded. And it has become a place where it's like a dangerous dwelling of river pirates, because I love me some river pirates. So the further south in the swamp you go, the more likely you are to encounter river pirates. And then you just straight up don't want to end up in Drowntown. But the reason I bring that up is that smugglers are not a far reach from that. You know what I mean? So that could easily tie into it. It's Fire Donut again. Smugglers have swamp camo that also protects from the possibly magical elements, maybe. Not a bad idea. I'm from Tirantor. What? Drowntown. Oh! Actually, it's a fun thing that I did. I don't know whether it's still in play or not, but when my players were begging me for maps, begging me, I don't want to give them maps for everything because I think that could have distracted them. I don't know. I would maybe just give them a map now, but at the time I was like, oh. So I gave them each a separate map that showed the stuff they would know. So the ranger character, who hadn't really traveled very much but did a lot of research in a library, poring over maps and things like that, knew a lot of technical things, like knew Tyrantor was there and things like that, but the maps were not necessarily super accurate, or they weren't super up to date, whereas a character who grew up just a little ways south of Glasstide on the sort of edge of the Tangle, she knew about Drowntown, and neither of them knew that it was the same place. And it wasn't something I told them at any point. They still don't know about it. But if it ever came up, if they ever tried to go to Tyrantor, they would end up in Drowntown. And only one of them, it would take communication before they realized that it's the same place. Which was just fun. Might never have come up, but I like building in simple little things like that. It's not hard, not a tricky secret to keep by any means, but here we are. Russ! We're excited that Russ is here. Dylan Baxter King, good name. If poaching isn't illegal, is the ranger helping the smugglers through the swamp for town revenue? Or do the smugglers have a swamp druid on their side, maybe? Both interesting ideas. The hunt captain doesn't run the boats. She's the ranger. The guy who runs the boats is Hamill Burrowford. He might honestly let smugglers through for an extra, upcharge of the ferry service. I could see Hamill Burrowford doing that, honestly, which adds a nice little edge to his character, because his character is always a little bit of like, do you trust him, do you not trust him? Often I like making those characters perfectly ordinary, but sometimes they have to be untrustworthy, otherwise you end up trusting all of the people who seem untrustworthy. Oh, interesting. F plays DM. Smugglers use lizard folk as the ones going to and fro because they can hide in the swamp easily and look like a croc. I do think it's interesting, because the other thing is, because I mentioned that the swamp resists navigation, except that this town get away with it because they in the swamp, grew and evolved and developed alongside one another. They were here when the swamp started. So there's something about that just makes it easier for them to navigate. And I don't want to break that, right? But that kind of works with it in terms of the lizard folk probably were here too. Or at least came down with the swamp. So that might work in terms of it being like, yeah, just in terms of like, well, here's a little society. Why did I pick such a big word, like a village or whatever, that also have been there since the swamp started and can also navigate it. I'm so burpy today. I'm sorry. It's fine. I should own it. I should be like Colville. I should say, what? I blacked out for a second. That was the most half-hearted impression I've ever done in my life. I apologize sincerely. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Apollo. The idea that, yeah, we're getting cool ideas, swamp mermaids, I do like the idea of swamp mermaids existing, particularly in Drowntown, actually, because can I get that map back up? Give me a second. La 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 la. What if I is it this one? If I move that one up. All right. You can see there where Drowntown is, right? It connects to the sea. So having sort of saltwater, sort of brackish mermaids in Drowntown is cool. But we're not talking about Drowntown today, so I'm gonna move that back down. But yeah, all those are cool ideas, the druids and the genasi and whatnot. But yeah, I think the lizard folk are a pre-existing element that I wanted to revisit and revamp anyway. So I kind of am liking that idea. Here's a thing. Because in my setting there is no thieves guild, it's not a thing. There are organized crime syndicates that work together, but there is no overarching guild for me. Instead, what I often end up with are gangs or crime families. So part of me is tempted to have the lizard folk be kind of, or some of the lizard folk rather, be kind of caught up in that gang aspect. A gang of smugglers. The tricky thing there is that I do that a lot. And am I just relying on that too much and being like, what is it? I don't know, probably a gang? Like, does that lack interest? What are people saying here? Lots of cool things, lots of cool things. We've got, I can't, my eyes are so bad. Atnapish Tim 89, on the side of the nefarious smuggler navigation, they could get around by directly countering the magic. Maybe they cook up a big barrel of anti-magic or anti-fey magic gunk they can pour out and follow. It's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah. Swamp, no navigation, river pirates. What if we sacrifice people to you? Swamp. I'm listening. That was Pokemon Breeder Tom. Yeah. Ow, 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 ow. My bra's digging into my ribs. Because that's what life is like when you wear bras. This is more information than you need. I apologize. Garrett, that's interesting. Yo, what about land-dwelling privateers who go after organized crime using their own methods but ostensibly report to the crown? That is interesting. That is interesting. It ties into Praetori and the hiking in an interesting way. Jay Never, how do you go about prepping for a large town? Basically the same way I do a small town, but bit bigger. That sounds really facetious, but I kind of mean it. Like it is physically bigger. Districts, I do the same sort of thing, where it's just one for each of the social, political, economic, religious, and military. But then I kind of double the amount of NPCs for each of those things. So ordinarily I would do one for each for a small town, but for a larger town or whatever, I would do two of each. And then as I get bigger, I'd be like, all right, well, what are the important things about this? Like, is it a militaristic place? All right, then we'll probably end up with 3 military figures or whatever. But even then, I think even when the towns get big or the cities get big, unless you are playing in a campaign that is like a city game, like an urban adventure, I don't think you need to worry over much about filling in every detail. You just need to describe it bigger, right? Walks to the shops take longer, things like that, but you do the same amount of work as you would for a small town, because they're still not going to be talking to 1 million people. The difference is that you might, write more kinds of shops on your list of shops that they can visit. Don't stress yourself out about prepping for a larger place, because it's the same thing. The size of it is an illusion. Wait, I need to. Okay. Grantimus Prime says, "Oh my God, lizard folk zipping around on magical jet skis / hovercraft, doling out justice to any who damage the swamp." I need to show you a picture that reminded me of, if I can find it. Is it in here? It better be in my room, otherwise I'll be very upset. Let me have a look. Aha! Okay. This is a book that I constantly go to for it. I feel like this book has really strongly influenced my view of what fantasy is, because it's a book that we had when I was a kid and we still got it, and it's one of those, like I Spy, find this stuff in the picture books, but here's the image of which I speak. Let me try and center that. There we go. Yeah. And I always associate it with jet skis because of this. Can you see this? There's like a, they're not even lizard folk, they're like swampy fish people. And one of them is swimming by there with a frog. They kind of ride around on frogs. Can you see there that there's like a swamp turtle jet skiing on a fish? Can you see that? Anyway, that's what that made me think of. That's all. Sitting on my feet again. Every time people see the MCDM shirt, they get really excited. Good. I very much like this shirt. The other day, my mum read the back of it for the first time and was very amused. I looked away for a minute, and now we're talking about dryad mobsters. Well, here's the thing. I don't think the lizard folk would be the gang, right? They live in the swamp. They're in a similar situation. Like, they are mid-swamp. That's where they live. That's where they, that's where their lives are. So they have no need to be smuggling stuff, right? They can live off the swamp. As like a town, as a social pocket. What could happen reasonably is that external sources want to set up smuggling and want to work with the lizard folk, and probably only some of them are involved in the actual thing, right? Because that's how it works. You don't get like, I guess Tortuga exists, but like in typically you don't get whole towns that are like made up of smugglers, right? The whole town probably is not on board, but you just need enough of them to be on board for their own personal gain that they they're getting something out of it in exchange for doing the swamp part of the run. Things are getting very dramatic. River pirates that are werecrocs. Probably not. I mean, it's a cool idea. You totally use that idea. Take it. Run with it. Probably not for this setting, though. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Carl Bark says lizard folk use the crocodiles to keep the town from expanding, maybe. I don't think the crocodiles, as they existed within the first session, need to continue to exist in that sense. Just because, that was a session rather than a setting thing. That was, I needed a simple first level baddie for my players to fight, and a beastie made sense. So yeah, I don't think there needs to be the incorporation of the crocodiles can exist, but they can exist like anyway. Like is like a bayou. Like yeah, they just will be there. So here's the thing. So do we like this idea of the gang involvement for the lizard folk? The smuggling gang sounds strangely, I don't know, infantile? I don't know. But there's a gang of smugglers, and the lizard folk are involved. Do we like that idea, or do we want to ditch the gang thing? Because I have so many gangs. You're very welcome, Hinge. My eyes are so bad. I thought your name was Hingo from back here. Oh no. The other day I was at a party, and my cousin wears glasses all the time. And at some point she handed them to me, so I put them on. And I was looking around, I was like, your eyes aren't even that bad. Like, these can't be that different from my prescription. And she looked at me and she was like, oh no, Dael. And I went, oh no. My eyes, no. I'm really good within this range. Turns out that staring at a computer all the time and editing and things is not good for your eyes. Go outside and look into the middle distance. Oh no, I'm sorry. What? The chat's. Oh no, what's happened? Chat, can you hear me? Oh jeez, it was like frozen there for a while. And I was like, why isn't anyone talking? Did everyone stop watching? No. You were there, it was just a little bit frozen. Now, what did everyone say? What did everyone say? Okay, so it sounds like people are down for the gang. Maybe. But they want to know why the lizard folk are in with the gang. I think that's a good question. I think the simple fact is that for me, beings like lizard folk, I wouldn't have as particularly monstrous. I think that they can still be interested in all the usual things, you know, like wealth or what have you. You know, some of them might just want to not be stuck in this town for forever, and this might be their ticket out. I think that there are any number of individual reasons that that just a couple of them would agree to help, rather than one consistent reason for all of them. Although one consistent reason for all of them might be, you know, if we came up with some cool thing of like, oh, well, this thing is threatening the town and they're trying to stop it from happening and blah, blah, blah. You know, if we came up with something cool like that. But I don't think we necessarily need to. Yeah. She's absolutely right. Just look at it, Zuckerberg. Oh, just look at Zuckerberg. I thought you were saying to Zuckerberg, look at it. Look at it, Zuckerberg. I was like, yeah, look at it. What is he looking at? Yes, Zuckerberg. Yes. Trevor Forrest says, lizard folk just wants a cool new hat. Boom, motivation. They have faith in hats. Getting out makes sense. As does getting even. That's true. That's true. Yeah, Levi. Levi says, lizard folk for me are like orcs or goblinoids, often chaotic, but always just people. Yeah, I'm kind of in a similar place, particularly because for me, I don't know why I do it. I don't think it's necessary to do it, but it is just the way that I do things. I categorize things in D&D often into like necessarily magical. That covers things like ghosts, right? You can't really have a ghost without magic in some capacity. And then things that could just be beasts. You know, I'm trying to think of a good example of like a displacer beast. I did displacer beast the other day. Displacer beast could just be a beast. It doesn't have to be magical in order to exist, but it's also clearly not something that like forms a society, or that we can relate to on a societal level. And then there are things that are people, basically whatever D&D race they are. It's like, yeah, well, you're basically describing a person. So those are kind of the things here. And for me, lizard folk, at that point, it's very clearly they are people. Like, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. And once they are people, it's like, okay, so then just treat it like people. Like, it can be a very starkly different culture to a lot of the other cultures in the setting, but societies ultimately have stuff in common at the base of things. That sounded very sort of structuralist anthropologist, the way that I phrased that. I swear I don't mean it like that. I do not believe that at the heart of things you can get to a core meaning. That is not what I believe. Was there a first half to your statement, Champion? John Champion? Man, wouldn't it be cool if lizard folks had frill necks, like frill neck lizards? Yeah, Court Dingoes. I only just paid attention to your name. You've been talking and I just haven't paid that much. Court Dingoes is, yeah. A race can't be good or evil in my game. The spell detect good and evil goes off the god/nature's biases. What is interesting about that to me is, like, when I did my alignment video and I suggested just changing the words to other things that are to do with your central tension, I got a huge number of comments from people saying, but then how is detect good and evil supposed to work? It can't work if you change alignment. And it was very funny to me for a couple of... First of all, because I shouldn't have to tell you how to change the name of a spell. But secondly, because that's not how the spell works. That's not what the spell does. It's called that, and it probably shouldn't be. Neither should Chill Touch, right? But that's not what the spell does. The spell detects celestials or undead or fiends or what have you. Like, it actually doesn't have anything to do with alignment. So you can change stuff about alignment and good and evil and all those things without actually affecting the game. Imagine Anti-Panda asks, so would you say some races like furbolgs, elves, etc. are more inherently magical in your world than lizard folk or humans? Typically, my bias is towards making them all fairly mundane as far as magic-y magic goes. Like, I have, in my head, they're all on a fairly similar playing field in terms of access to magic, but not inherently magical. Tieflings are not by any means descended from devils in my setting. Because I suppose the minute that you start saying, well, are the gods real? Then you kind of lose celestials and you kind of put fiends into, question mark territory and things like that. But, and if I had my way, elves would have to sleep, Some of them have more connection to it in terms of, for my setting specifically, this setting that we're talking about, the Fae have more of an interest in elves than they do in other beings, but elves are not either not or not quite Fae kin, if that makes any sense. So it's possible that some of them have more of a connection to magical beings in my setting than other races, but my gut instinct is that they're all pretty much just like different versions of people, which is not how everyone wants to do it, and that's fine. Yeah, John Rectorus. Yes, frill neck lizard folk are cool. Yeah, they are. They're pretty dang cool. Hashtag reptile amphibian gang forever. Yeah, well, that's just it. So yeah, I only ask because the furbolgs have like natural invisibility and disguise self. Yes, and various like gnomes automatically get, particular spells. There are things there. I think it's just that if I had it my way, those things wouldn't be tied to race. So yeah, in my dream version of reality, you know, furbolgs probably don't have those things. And elves don't have their things, and gnomes don't have their, I think the racial attributes in my dream version of the book are much fewer. Because I don't know, building those things in has always felt a little bit overly gamey to me. Does that make sense? It might not make sense, but anyway. We had some people questioning whether the audio is fine, so can we do a quick sound check? Do I sound fine? I mean, we're probably nearing the end of the stream anyway, honestly, but, worth doing a sound check since I'm still here chatting. Well, that's an interesting concept. By Court Dingoes. Tieflings could be descended from satyrs. That's interesting. Sounds good? Okay. Does it sound good, or does it, you can hear me, but does it sound good though? Because it should be coming through the microphone. Okay. It sounds like the sound is good. Neat. Cool. So we've got our smuggling gang who've made contact with the lizard folk and use it to smuggle stuff through the swamp. So, I mean, we could touch on what kind of stuff they're smuggling. Apollo says, Dael, I'm curious, where do tieflings come from in your setting if not directly from fiends? Where do any of us come from? There are probably some people who believe that a certain god made them. There are probably some people who believe they evolved from something. There are probably, Pokemon Breeder Tom asks me, what race do I enjoy playing when I'm not DMing? I play humans a lot. And I don't know if that's I think my heart often sings for half-elves. But when it comes down to it, I often play humans. Part of that is this, I don't know, at this point it's bordering on obsession with the mundane, right? So in that other game that I was talking about, I play a human fighter. Because I think that there is something that is to me very interesting about taking something that is meant to be the most milquetoast option and making it into something, it really highlights that the interesting thing is the background, which in my ideal world would be the case for any of the playable races. It would just be okay, there's some stuff that comes with that, but ultimately it's about the story that you've told. Yeah, so I in my heart of hearts, if I get to pick a race to play and I'm just gonna go all out and be my most dramatic self, probably tieflings or half-elves. I also like Dragonborn. Yeah. Those are probably my favorites, but I most often play humans. Mitchell Hall, I don't typically stream. It happens on rare occasions. This time it's because I didn't have enough time to get my next Monster Madness video done this week. So I was like, let's do a stream instead. And it's been very nice. I am looking to stream more frequently someday, once I get a computer that can actually handle doing more than one thing at once. So this one can handle streaming, but not much else. I would love to get a computer that could play games and stream at the same time. That would be lovely. Anyway, so the gang are smuggling things. What are they smuggling? Drugs is always an option. Like, let's just be real. I haven't decided whether or not the question of like drugs is going to be particularly relevant to my campaign at any point. But I do have a little note on my phone that's just jotting down some ideas. Like, I was reading some historical things about the American Civil War and the history of like opioid and amphetamine use in warfare as drugs that are developed almost specifically for use in war to as pain relief in the case of opioids, or in the case of amphetamines to keep the soldiers awake. You don't have to worry about fatigue if they're hyped up, which is why after wars it's one of the reasons why after wars you end up with such particularly dense drug addiction, because I feel like pop culture sort of leads you to believe, like, you talk about drug addicted war veterans, and pop culture kind of leads you to believe that it's because of PTSD. Alcoholism, things like that, is because of PTSD. And I'm sure that that's a major part of it, but the stuff that they don't lean on is that. That's a good question from Signuminterity. I'm really good at reading. They don't really lean on. They don't. They try to kind of push off to the side the fact that a lot of it is because those drugs are used as tools of war, including alcohol. Alcohol for a very long time has been something used to steady soldiers' nerves, to keep morale high, things like that. So it's no wonder that wars lead to high levels of addiction. I think cigarettes are another one, actually, that were not particularly, they weren't, they were neither here nor there before, I think, the Second World War. And then they became standard issue as part of like calming soldiers' nerves. And so then that and then advertising all kind of came into this perfect storm and ended up being this huge thing that like everyone smoked, and it had to there was a lot of work that went into pulling it back the other direction and making smoking a not common thing anymore afterwards. But yeah, it's just this interesting history of drug use and warfare, which I do think potentially has a place in my setting, given if I pull up the other map again. Given that where's the window for that? Given that down here there's a war going on, sort of between the space of the rampant Badlands and Coram and the coastal barbaric clans, sort of up into the lower Vectries, there's a war happening. So I think it is a worthwhile discussion, the place of drugs within my setting, just in terms of the relationship between drug use and warfare. However, big surprise pointing at a problem and trying to boil it down to one cause doesn't work. Yeah. It's very complicated. It's complicated things, but also interesting history to dive into. I need to cough. Let me get some water. Thank you, Shazamir. Shazamir? Shazamir. Whew. Andrew Davis planning a campaign based on Greek myth. I would pick any of the epics that do archipelago hopping. I think that's the stuff that you really want to look for mythology fodder for a D&D campaign, because if you do something like the Iliad, right, it's like the one place for ages, and it's so start and stop, whereas if you go for something like the Argonautica or the Odyssey, there's a lot going on. It's much more episodic. It does depend on your table, because if you have a table that want a really like consistent thematic driven story, then those things, just by nature of being myths, are probably a little bit less appropriate. I would go more like Theseus, following his story through for that. Because he like goes from level 1 through to level, I don't know, 12 maybe. And then if you keep going, Theseus in the late years. But yeah, if your party are down for very episodic adventure stuff, I would go for the Argonautica or the Aeneid or the Odyssey, anything where you're on a boat hopping from island to island and dealing with different issues. Jay Justin says that he just found a video he's going to watch after the stream ends of mine, and it's called Princess Donkey Skin. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was a fun video to do. But yes, so someone did ask whether drugs would even be illegal in my setting. I think they would be to some degree, possibly controlled substances, but I don't know whether they'd be illegal, which is a really good point, which means that smuggling drugs is probably not like the biggest deal. Versus weapons were the second thing I was going to bring up as being kind of worth considering for the smuggling, just because let me tweak this real quick. Just because, you know, wanting to keep resources within the hands of the whatever I called them, the United Malaprian army, and out of the hands of the clans and the clan sympathizers, and also rebellions, because there is at least one sort of revolutionary crew in play. So I had an early session where the party were all prisoners, and they were being led through the place to the prison place. I'm trying to skip over unimportant details. And they were in the custody of the Malaprian United Army, military, whatever I called them. But there was an attack, and I deliberately sort of laid in a little line of dialogue that was one of the NPCs asking whether the attackers were black or gold. And that's because there's the barbaric clans have sort of hit and run guerrilla tactics, and they tend to wear dark colors because that's, you know, just a wise choice. Versus gold, they don't wear gold necessarily, but the Dawn Chorus are a sort of revolutionary group that operate particularly against the city of Maladunum. So Maladunum, who are the most militaristic city-state in my setting, have a really vested interest in trying to keep military arms and military-grade armor out of the hands of the revolutionaries as well as the barbarians. But the barbarians care less about that stuff. So it probably would be more tied with the revolution. I don't know whether that makes the smugglers good guys necessarily, or bad guys, you know, either way. But it's just like, I think there is a market for, large scale military grade weaponry and armor. And equipment and the like. Gaga asks, what did you finally decide on the Twin Cities? Which thing? We finally called them Druff and Derek. They have names now. Better ones. They used to have names and I didn't like them. Mitchell Hall, explosives always make a good thing to have people smuggling. That's true. That's true. That's true. It fits in with what I was just saying as well. Plus, it's like, it's something that is an immediately obvious big deal. So if the players stumbled across it, they would be like, oh, you know, it becomes an immediate plot hook without having to do much work, which is kind of nice. Apollo suggested smuggling magic items. I think smuggling things like potions as well. Levi says, apparently I need to read up on Theseus. Yeah, the Theseus story is just like, we always focus on Theseus and the Minotaur, right? But there's this really long bit of the story that comes first, where he goes from his hometown to to Athens, and Yeah, it's just a really long story where he does a bunch of stuff. And I think whenever I've talked about it online, when I did the video or whatever, I think I skipped a lot of it because it's just like, oh yeah, he fights another guy, we get it. Yeah, that happens with the popular characters a lot. Yeah, because they want that sort of episodic thing, right? But he's not a boat guy really. So they don't have the sort of Odyssey structure to it. Um, but you still have that sort of journey to Athens, and he, it's like being a really low level D&D character, right? Where there's just like individual bad guys that you kind of fight on the way that aren't really connected to each other, and kind of a forgettable part of the story once you get to higher levels. Levi says, I mean, it makes sense to have smugglers be the small fries of war profiteers, play both sides, and you come out on top. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Metaphorist says, muggling boom boom is always a big deal. Yeah, muggling boom boom is a big deal. Gabriel Skinner, smuggle rare spell components. Probably some tax or restriction on getting them. That's true. I mean, we could consider. So I've talked about the black market and how you can use a black market to identify the laws of a place, and that particularly applies. So this isn't like my setting isn't like a country. It's individual city states, which are loosely connected. You know, like again in Greek mythology, you get like in a story like the Seven Against Thebes or whatever, or you get these stories where it's like the individual city-states come together and go to war together. So, the invasion of Troy, right? The Greek side was one side of the army, but it was made up of different city-states. So they are, loosely affiliated, but run by different people and work in different ways. So talking about the black markets within that context is very simple, because you're just like, oh, well, this place has different laws, right? It's not like the law of the country, the law of the land. It's like, no, this is the law of this city. This is the law of Maladun, and this is the law of Brinalden. But it is very possible there is a high king in Praetori who, is very possible that something like without the black market aspect of it, there would be some things that are broadly, agreed upon to be illegal or illicit or what have you. Having said that, though, I do think that magic components and magic in general is the purview of the wizards, who kind of exist outside of that governmental system, right? For me, at least. They kind of do their own thing. They sort of leave the government alone, and the government sort of leaves them alone. And I think part of that is that wizards understand what goes into this magic business, and the governments, for lack of a better word again, kind of don't. So they're like, rather than having the individual components that go to a place and then get used for the war effort, or whatever effort, they probably would just be like, go to the local wizard, go find an alchemist, go do those things in the place and let them do the work for you. Yeah, kind of, we've talked somewhere or other about when arms need to be made for an army in a sort of medievalist setting, the idea is like an individual blacksmith can't make that many swords on their own. You got to get this sort of setup going where a bunch of people are making the simplest weapons possible. So, a lot of people getting kitted out with hammers or something, because it's just like a bit of wood with a bit of metal on the end, right? So it's very, very simple to make. And I think there would have to be a similar thing in terms of if you're making like potions or magic items for military use. For me, in this setting, again, it would be very different for any different setting. So it's probably very different for your setting. But for me, I think it would be a similar thing of like, making the simplest things possible. So not like high grade potions, but like how many salves can we pump out just by getting like this one village to all work together to make it, or whatever. Spears. Yeah, exactly. It's like, meh. Dwarves would disagree with your assertion on the makeup of hammers. Well, that's because dwarves are making hammers too fancy. Elliot asks an interesting, if irrelevant, question, but I think it's interesting, so I'm going after it. Do wizards keep their own accountable? Do wizards keep their own accountable? Like, do wizards hunt down other wizards if they cross the line? In my imagination, wizards have like a council of masters, and like I've talked about recently, the way that in my setting it takes a lot to become a master level wizard. You are not considered a master until X point, and it just, most people don't reach that point. So there's very few wizards, but any wizard who has reached that level of mastery is on that council, or whatever I end up calling it. And so they all kind of keep kind of tabs on each other just by virtue of being part of this same, like, I don't know, guild. It's not really a guild. But yeah, that sort of a thing of like, yeah, they kind of do keep themselves accountable. I don't know whether they hunt each other down necessarily. I think a lot of bureaucracy probably gets in the way in terms of like, turning a blind eye to what other wizards are doing that you don't like. A little bit like everyone would have happily continued to ignore the problems arising in Germany until they invaded Poland. There is a line that is drawn that is maybe too far, in terms of like, they can get away with a lot of crap before they get in trouble for it. And, smart evil wizards would play that line. All right. So, I mean, that's all. I looked at the time. We've been streaming for a good little while. I'm trying to count three and a half hours. 3.5. Really? 11, 12, 1. I just had to double check my counting because that seems like a long time. And my voice is starting to go a bit hoarse, which is not ideal. But also, it's like, do we just go to the hour mark? We'll see where we go. But, it might seem a little bit as though we didn't get a ton accomplished. Look, the amount of time we've been streaming is right there in the corner. I could have looked right there in the corner. There it is, 3:37:41. But no, here I am. But yeah, it may not seem that we've necessarily gotten a ton accomplished in this Discovery stream, but I think the stuff that we've done is pretty good, because I had to explain all the stuff I knew about Glasstide, which in this case was a lot more than it usually is. So we had to get through that stuff. Then we had to work out what stuff needed to change and what stuff didn't need to change. And then we did actually get to the point of doing a couple of new figurines, which were in the interest of the lizard folk and a gang smuggling through the Tangle, and probably in particular smuggling high grade fighting stuff, rather than immediately ditching now. I might say let's figure out what the gang are called. We can start to figure out, if I can find, you won't be able to see it, but I'll probably be able to find. I have somewhere a OneNote file that has a bunch of information about my setting. Let me see if I can find it. Dropbox, D&D stuff. La 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 la. There we go. Open notebook.
And I can probably find some gang names that exist within my setting, because there are a few of them. So I know that there's the Choke Hill Jacks, which operate in the Vectories. I know that there is a couple of gangs, or are a couple of gangs in Drufendirrick that we talked about. So the King of Tides is a really low level. They're not even really a gang. They're just a bunch of crooks who kind of know each other. And they're just a bunch of lowlifes. I call them the King of Tides lowlifes. There's the Hound's Teeth. Hound's Teeth is a gang, also in Drufendirrick. I don't know how many other gangs have names. I think in one of these places, let me see. Oh, Seagate. What's the name? There's the Lenahan crime family. So those are the gang names that I think exist already, just to give you a kind of a vibe of how I name such things. But let's try and work out a name for this smuggling crew. The wide scale. Well, here's the thing. I think that the smuggling crew existed before they got the involvement of the local lizard folk, right? Because the lizard folk, for their navigational skills, to really thrive and be helpful, they've been here in the swamp kind of living and doing their thing the whole time, right? Whereas the smuggling crew, I like crew feels better. They've been operating on one or the other side of the Tangle, doing small time stuff, and they've just grown over time. They've seen an opportunity in the war effort to make bank, and so crossing the Tangle became a necessity. At which point, they organized a deal with the lizard folk who wanted to get involved. So I think probably they lived to the west of the Tangle. So in this hillside over here that you can kind of see there on the map. Oh, you are right. Tipped scales is pretty good though. I do want to avoid the so I don't think the Tangle will be part of the name, and I don't think the lizard folk connection will be a core part of the name. The lizard folk thing can be tied into it if we want it to be like two different gangs working together. But if we want it to be that the lizard folk joined a pre-existing smuggling ring, then that ring would have to have a name devoid of that connection, right? The Glaciers. How close do we think the smuggling ring operates to Glasstide itself? It's probably, pretty close. But how often do they run into one another? The Soggy Bottom Boys. I am a man. The Path, the Fade. These are very sort of Colville-esque, almost. They're a little bit reminiscent of Matt's Thieves Guild names, which is neat. Yeah, so if we remember those names that I was reading out, so we've got Hound's Teeth, King of Tides, Choke Hill Jacks. So it's almost like a lot of these groups pick a symbol and base themselves around that thing, rather than tying themselves, except for the Lenahan crime family, because they're just a crime family. They're like the mob. But yeah, so like the Choke Hill Jacks, right? Choke Hill is a place. It's a small place that they may have originated from, but they ended up with a much broader sort of range. And the Jacks refers to a jackrabbit. That was the symbol that they chose for themselves. So it's the Choke Hill Jacks. Drowned One's not quite, because Drowned Town is a little further south, right? That's much more pirate territory, which I think is actually something that the smugglers would have to watch out for. They would have to be careful, because if you're trying to run a smuggling
trip across the Tangle and you run into river pirates, the river pirates are going to take your stuff. Like, they're going to take it from smugglers just as much as they would take it from travelers. Yeah, so I think the smugglers would have to try to avoid the river pirates as much as they would have to navigate. Will Francis asks, what is the central tension of my campaign? So for people who do not know, Matt Colville talks about the central tension, which is, I'm going to describe this really badly. It's like the scale, the thematic scale around which you build your campaign. And so it can play, it's a very easy narrative tool to build a lot of stuff around. Mosswater Crew, Green Peters. The Green Peters spelled like peat, like P-E-A-T. That's kind of cool. The Green Peters. Green Peters. The something Peters might be it. Elliot Canada. Yeah, I like that. I like that dissonance between meaning and sound, like the fact that, and it's got this kind of Fae edge to it, which is not necessarily, we're not going for Fae, but it has this, like, I don't know, like, what's her name, Green Teeth Jenny, like this thing of like a very common name that just becomes like a thing. Anyway, so I like the Peters, but the central tension, yeah, it's like a thematic narrative device. In my setting, it is tradition versus innovation. So that does usually come into this, which I'm suddenly realizing might be why you brought it up. Often, when we do these streams, we talk about how the central tension plays into it. So like in Droff and Derek, it was the fact that there are these two rival wine families. One of them is very old, uses all the traditional methods. They have like the better wine, the more sort of the quality is much higher, but there's a kind of new up and coming, well, not even up and coming, they're established now, wine family who their big thing is they have the best technology. It's like all kind of mechanized, I suppose. So that idea of like tradition versus innovation, and it comes up in different places. It came up in the Vampires in the North because we were talking about the way in which the vampires take hold of tradition in order to situate themselves in a position of power. And it comes up a lot. It comes up in a lot of different ways. So worth thinking about. So, hello. Oh no, it's freezing again. Please, just let me scroll. Why is this happening to me? Why do bad things happen to good people? The Sunken Peters. I feel like they would have started on land. I think the Peters covers the swamp aspect, right? Because you've got that idea of a peat bog. So I think the Peters covers the swamp a little bit. So I want the prefix to be slightly less waterlogged, if that makes sense. Like it can tie into the water, but yeah. Can I zoom the map out? You want to see the whole thing? Yeah, I can zoom the map out. Whee! It's probably actually a better view for now since we're wrapping up. Whee again. So Sunken Peters, people like frog bottom deliveries. Does that say the silly Peters or the silty Peters? I think it says the silty Peters. That's kind of neat. Saltpeters. Saltpeter being an ingredient in gunpowder. That's kind of neat. The blue Peters. I don't mind this color Peters thing. Peters Row, that's pretty cool. Thorned Peters, that's pretty cool. The Lowland Peters. Ooh. Ooh, what I kind of like about that is that it both that was Quantum Man 42. What I like about the Lowland Peters is that Lowland gets that thing of like it both is and isn't directly related to the swamp, because the lowlands is where you get this kind of flooding, but you also, it literally is a land-based word, so that's kind of cool. Fleet Peters, that's pretty cool. Well, PD Blinders. Yeah. This is really great commentary from me. Just going, good. Muddy Peters, that's pretty cool. So I think my favorites so far are color Peters, so green Peters, blue Peters. I like Fleet Peters. I like, the Dead Peters. Dead Peters, that's pretty good. And I like Muddy Peters. So, that's kind of good job. We have a bunch that we can kind of look at and go, hey, these are nice. And like happened during the Grinning Peters. Oh, people are getting real good at this. People are getting real good at it. Oh, I'm looking forward to reading back through these later. Because when we were doing the vampire stuff as well in the Forgotten North, there was a thing where we were trying to name a little band of like freedom fighters or whatever, who we went back and forth on it for a long time, and you just get a bunch of names. This is something that I have the benefit of that might be harder for other people, and I acknowledge that I'm really lucky to have a brain's trust like this, to just say we need a name for this, and then everyone brainstorm, and then you get this cool overarching view of all these options, and you can kind of feel your way through to the answer that you want. And sometimes, you get halfway there, and then later on I'll be tinkering with it behind the scenes, and I'll come back for the next stream and I'll go, I changed my mind, it's not called that anymore, now it's called this. But yeah, I feel like we've come up with some cool stuff. Foggy Peters is nice. That's cool, because it kind of has this edge of like, them creeping through the fog, under cover of the mist. So yeah, that's some very cool stuff. Next time we do one of these streams, I'm not sure if we'll be doing Glasstide again, just because it's such a small thing where we know so much. But I feel like we got the stuff that we need, there's a smuggling crew. They are smuggling something like explosives for the war effort. They are working with the local lizard folk. Their name is something like, the Dead Peters or the Foggy Peters or whatever. So that is enough information to work from, right? Like if the players encountered that, enough about it that you could run it, at least till the end of a session. And then if they decided to follow that thread, then you can go back and you go, all right, well, who runs the smuggling ring? Why were the lizard folk involved? Do they clash with the ferry service in Glasstide? Who are they servicing? Are they playing both sides of the war, or are they trying to sincerely help out? Are they attached in some capacity to, the revolution? There's so much that you can get just from where we are. We've done the stuff that we need to, and that's where it can be. So next time we do a campaign discovery stream, don't know whether it'll be Glasstide. It might even be a new one after this. So good job, team. We did it. We done did it. So I'm going to be wrapping up now. I'm going to hold until the trade over, because I can't, now I'm so close. I want that 4-hour mark. You know what I mean? But let's just swap to just chatting. We'll just we'll bring it back down. Bring it back down to something nice and calm. And I'll click scene 1. Yay! I'm a streamer! I'm a streamer now! Yay! Saltpeters, yeah, a couple people have actually mentioned saltpeters, and it is a really good idea, actually. I just don't know whether they would have been smuggling explosives when they named themselves, but also it's like, it's too good an opportunity to miss, though. The choices we have to make. Yeah, it's 3 more minutes to when I was supposed to start, but I think it's slightly longer till I actually did start. I'm not exactly sure. But I'll wait till the thing on YouTube says 4 hours. 4 whole hours! Another book reading? I could. My voice is actually quite sore, which is, happens sometimes when I stream for a long time, but, yeah. So I could do it, but I might start hacking and coughing in the middle of it, which I don't think would be pleasant for anyone. Yeah. Dael is my favorite local streamer. Yeah. I'm a professional streamer now. I don't know if you knew this, but I'm like a professional streamer. I'm really experienced. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm doing. Josephie Stalin. Why did the gang start? Was there an opportunity? Who were they selling to? Did it start with the local revolution thingy? Well, they're actually on the other. I said that they're probably to the west of the Tangle. They're on the opposite side to the revolution. I didn't Colville again. Should have just owned it. Should have just burped. Yeah, they're on the opposite side of the Tangle. So I think that it probably started the way most, small-time local gangs start. It's like, here's a bunch of people who are in some capacity disenfranchised, and the easiest way to protect themselves and get anywhere is to, form a little crime crew. And, after finding small success, they decide that they're gonna try and grow the business. I'm rivaling Critical Role if I pass 4 hours. I think it's very easy to stream for a long time. Just in terms of, you lose track of time so easily when you're streaming. Yeah. Oh, bump! I keep bumping the microphone. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Wollongong represent. Woo woo! The gong. Woo! For people who don't know where Wollongong is, that's probably I'm in Wollongong. Yeah, more streamers should have bunting. Woo! Bunting. That's what every streamer needs. Yeah, well, okay, so when I say that they're banding together for protection, I mean in the sense of like the Crips and the Bloods. That's a huge aspect of how those gangs formed, right? And it is a very understandable origin and originating motivation, but it also doesn't make you exempt from the other aspects of again, bunting is like these flags that I have in the background, the rope with the little triangle flags. It's called bunting. It's festival bunting, much like my paint in my room is festival painting. Two-faced Peters, that's pretty cool. Wollongong sounds like a fake name. I guess it does. It's a pretty run-of-the-mill name here. The places up the coast are like I grew up in Nowra, and then there's like Bomaderry, Kiama, Gerringong, Wollongong. It's pretty run-of-the-mill, is what I'm saying. What do the various flags on your bunting mean? I don't recognize they're not countries.
These are just colorful festival flags. They mean nothing. Ah, did I read or see Shadow and Bone? I haven't read it. My friend is reading it and was talking about it all day the other day and made it sound very, very exciting. And then I got home and my sisters were watching it and I was like, oh, this is the thing. And it was also particularly strange because that friend that was talking about it is a person that's in the campaign that I've been playing in, the D&D campaign. And we had just had a long conversation about character stuff, but dodging around sort of the details because we want to discover those in game, in character. But we were trying to talk about our characters without talking too much about our characters. And as we were talking about it, you know, I was getting into this stuff with Lou's background, Eloise Idis. And then I got home and I'm watching this show and there's all this stuff about like a sacred white stag. And I was like, this is for Lou, not for Dael, for Lou, like scooch triggering, just in terms of her backstory. And I had to message my friend. I was like, look, I'm not spoiling the show for you, no spoilies, but also this was it cut deep to come home from those conversations and just be like hit in the face with a sacred white stag. Yeah. I mean, I've heard good things about Shadow and Bone. I don't know a lot about it, and I'm enjoying the show. I do have to say that in terms of the show, you know, its tone as a series is very similar to a lot of sort of fantasy shows at the moment. You know, like it's got a lot of that same vibe of like The Witcher or you know, even that edge of like clearly influence stemming from Game of Thrones. But I like it more than a lot of them. So far the writing has been you know, more solid than a lot of them. And they do interesting things with the televisual format. You know, they're not just like we're doing the book but on film. They're doing interesting things in terms of like every now and then they'll be talking about what is essentially a heist, and in this fantasy thing they'll just use some heist movie techniques, and it's not a big deal. It's not like, oh, look at us, we're a fantasy show but we're also using you know, techniques from other genres. It's just like when it's relevant it comes up and then it disappears again. So I haven't watched much of it yet, but I am finding it intriguing. I did also come in on like episode 2 or 3, so I had to stop and learn a lot about like the fold and whatever. But no, I've been enjoying it. Oh, we hit the 4 hours! We did it! It's been so nice chatting with you all. I should probably go and eat something real. Let me sit up into like the proper place for the 2/3 rule just for this outro. It's been very nice chatting. This has been good. I'm glad that we could do it. Yeah. I don't know if I've got anything to shout out. Hopefully I'll have the next Monster Madness video out next week. Hopefully. It's been really tricky doing the Monster Madness things just in terms of I have a lot less time to work out what I'm doing than I often do. If I do a monster video, typically it means that I've had enough time to like think it through. Or you know, make a session that I'm really, really happy with. And so far with the Displacer Beasts and the Beholder, I am happy with what I came up with. But it was really like last minute flashes of inspiration, like I was really relying on the creative muse there. And I'm really happy with what I came up with, but I'm terrified that I won't be able to do it for the last 2. Fingers crossed. But yeah, it's just it's been a nice sort of challenge, but I am a little bit worried that I set the bar too high. But we'll see. We'll see where we go. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you had a good time. And I don't know. I guess don't email this to you, Grandma. It's very long. She has better things to do. But apart from that, that's it.
I'm done. And I'll see you some other time, I guess. Okay. Bye, humans. Thanks for coming. It's really nice seeing you.